Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Exotics Radio. I hope you can hear me. If you can, say hey or hi. I've been having some serious audio issues again, of course, it's because I'm not very familiar with the program. So if you guys can let me know if you can hear me, that would be great. Just a quick shout out also. I want to give Stefan Harrop and Spider-Man 1978 a warm welcome. And let's see if we can get two people listening. All right, let's see if we can get some back to YouTube, of course, and see what's going on the show. Yes. Back. So, echo. You can hear it is an echo, right? Sounds like you're in a cave. All right. Let's figure this out. How about now? Is it still sounding like I'm in an echo? Ladies and gentlemen, again, I apologize. So, yeah, do I still sound like I'm in an echo? Same? Yeah, I still echo. Okay. For some reason, it wants to echo, and I don't know why. How about that? Is that working? Or is it still echo? How about that? Ladies and gentlemen, again, I apologize. Just running. Still the same. Gosh dang it. I don't know what I've done. Oh, hold on. How's that? Is that better? If not, then I'm going to have to do something. Because it might sound like it's double feeding, and that's what the problem is. Okay, let's try that. Does that work? No change. Hey, crazy, how's it going? I'm trying to figure out the audio here. Audibility. Let's try that. Let's try. Nope, that doesn't work. Okay. And now I can't hear myself, so I can't hear what's going on. Turn something on. No clue what's going on here. Hardware input. Okay. Hardware output. Okay. Let's see if we can do this. Okay. Well, now I can hear myself, so it really does sound like I'm in a cave. I could do it from a cave. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is Exotics Radio from deep within the earth. Okay. Yeah. No change. Testing. Nope. Oh. No. Bad. Nope. Okay. Let's try this. No. Maybe. Better? How about that? No. I'm muted. Okay, I muted myself. That was just me. That or that? Or that? Which one? Is this one better? No. Bad. Oh. Okay, well, this is interesting. That is better, but the quality is just horrendous. So I want to apologize. Is that better? Because I'm trying to get the quality to. Oh, no, 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 no. How about that? How about that? Still, uh, um, testing, 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 testing. There we go. And again, ladies and gentlemen, I want to apologize. And I still sound like I'm in a dang cave. I hate life right now. You know, when you try to do something, how about that? Let's take that off and then fade this out. It's not even okay. Nope, that doesn't work. This is like a live mic, actually. I'm so sorry. It's horrible. How about that? Nope, I can still hear it. No, no. Testing, 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 texting, testing. All right. I think it's all sorted for YouTube. I can hear you clearly on my end. Okay. How about this, guys? Is that okay? Um. Oh, I found buttons. I found buttons. I found buttons. How about that? Oh, that is much better. Stereo? Yeah, there we go. I'm in stereo. How about that? That, that. Okay. Um, okay, so I think we got it sorted to a degree. I'm worried about. Oh, no, I sound horrible. Um, I don't know what to say. It's horrible. Give me a second and let me stop hearing myself and seeing what YouTube is saying. Give me a second and let me stop here. Okay. So what you guys are hearing, what I'm guys are hearing, are completely two different pitches. Um, so now let's get started with the show. We're running a little bit late. Let me stop hearing my own self with my own ears. That works. How's that, guys? Is that better? Am I still in the surround sound, or is it still okay? Because if it's still okay, then we'll move on with the show. And also, if you hear me snacking once in a while, it's because I skipped food. I've been running around all day trying to get things done, and of course, Also, if you hear a little bit of a crunch sound in the background, that would be my LP chewing on her corkbark. It sounds so creepy when you're by yourself in a room and your LP is chewing on a piece of corkbark. You're nom 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 snap. And I'm like, wait, what? Oh my goodness. All right, so let's get the banners set up. I gotta get everything set up. Oh, you good? Yeah, it's still all right. All right, cool. I just wanted really good quality. I didn't want the crappy quality like we had last time, because last time the music and my voice sounded very high pitched, kind of whiny, and so we were trying to adjust adjust the controls a bit. And I don't know what I did because my technician had to leave. He was like, "Yep, I'm done here. You're gonna have to figure it out on yourself." Which it's fine. I'm not paying for it, so he's not getting paid either. So let's see. That was There we go. We'll get that going on. Let's get the banners up and running. There we go. It is Comfy Pants Wednesday. I am Cracks, your host. And we had a bit of a rough start. I apologize. That's just kind of how things go once in a while. And so, why is everybody here? Honestly, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. Maybe because you're here for the music. Maybe it's a good subjects. I know I'm here for the subjects, and I'm here for the music and for the good company that you guys bring. You guys are awesome. So if you can, please hit that like button, hit the subscribe button if you're not already subscribed, and possibly stick around for the music. Now, I did try to set up the music, and if it sounds a little whiny, high-pitched, or whatever, if it sounds off to you, don't be shy. Tell me what you think. And again, YouTube, I have a subscription that's from Epidemic Sound. If you don't have a subscription, you can't really play the full songs like I'm about to. So I do have permission to use them. And let's get started. You guys wanted the first song, right? I'm here because I love the show. Well, we've got a song coming up here for you. Our first song we're going to be playing so far is Old Grump by Smartface. And welcome back, everybody. That was Old Grump by Smartface. Now, I wasn't able to pick my list of music, but I kind of have a roundabout idea of who to listen to. So we're kind of winging it a little bit today. Well, you might hear a song or two that you just doesn't vibe with the evening. And also, as you guys know, I was about to say have a drink would be Friday, but we're still on Wednesday. It's right there in front of my face. It's Comfy Pants Wednesday. I hope you guys are wearing your most comfortable pants, sitting down, listening to the show. And remember, socks are not required. So that leaves us with the subject of the day. What are we going to be talking about today? We're going to be talking about pet care, pet stores, and the do's and don'ts. Kind of like what you're going to listen to or what you're going to get into on kind of a common basis, actually. If you're adopting a pet, whether it be with 4 legs, 8 legs, 6 legs, no legs, you're always going to run into Spider Mom says comfy dress, no socks. Crazy says they will not be online after this next Wednesday for about 40 days until the end of end of ninth. I was going to say probably the end of the month. Well, I hope everything's okay, Crazy. I am going to miss you. You always remind my heart, and I will keep in contact with you off and on. Just let me know when you take off. Don't just disappear without saying goodbye. And then when you get back, you better come and get me. You better poke me when you come back. Anyway. Oh, so anyways, what I was going to get into is the pet stores, the do's and don'ts, what to look for when you get into a pet store, and how some pet stores can treat you. Now, also, as you guys know, this is free for anybody to call up. If you want to call up, just say so in the chat, and I will give you, not only will I give you a shout out, I will let you come online. I'll send you a link that you can come and join on the call and tell me your thoughts. You can tell your inner thoughts if that works for you. But also keep in mind, Have a Drink with Me Friday's interview is open. So I need somebody to come onto the show so we can interview. It doesn't matter what kind of pets they're into, what kind of pet care that they're into, as long as it's safe and sound. I know there's many free handlers. If you don't know what free handling is when you take a snake or some sort of a venomous creature and you're free handling it without the equipment. So it's thrilling to watch in some cases, but it can also lead to very bad mistakes. And so I'm not very big into free handling. I prefer controlled, but that's just me. So anyways, so when you first go into and you're looking for a pet, you do your research, you go online, you do everything you can, and say we're gonna use hamsters as an example because most people don't realize hamsters are an actual exotic pet. So we're gonna get down to what exactly is an exotic pet. An exotic pet is something that one might consider just to remain wild. And also, it could also be classified as something that's not native to the land. Hamsters, believe it or not, are not native. They're not native to the US. They're not native to Sweden. They're not native. I think they might be native to the UK. I'm not too sure. Don't quote me on that one. But they definitely are not native. But they're a very common pet, especially for keeping something so small and cute and fuzzy and fluffy. So, for example, you've done all your research. You want to get a hamster, and you're wanting to go out and buy the best of the best. Well, here's the problem. You've already put yourself in a bad position. That means you're willing to spend money that you may not want to spend, because you always hear these stories, well, if I knew beforehand, I wouldn't have. And that's generally the situation you're going to find yourself into if you're going to go right out and say, I want the best of the best. Well, yeah, it's good on you. I mean, I hope the best for you on that, but try to be a little bit conservative with your cash when it comes to buying a new pet and buying the stuff for the new pet. Now, here's what the pet stores you have to keep in mind are. They're into the business of making money. Not everybody knows about everything going in and out of a pet store. As a tarantula keeper, I know this firsthand. Many tarantula keepers know this firsthand. Pet stores will open up their shop. They'll say, hey, I've got this and this and this. And then you walk in and you're like, oh, I wanted a hamster. And you see these hamsters, you don't know the condition of the hamsters they're in. You don't know how well they were raised, when they were last fed. You don't know if they're put in together for breeding purposes. You don't know anything like that. And most likely the person working isn't. Usually the manager would. And with the mindset that you're wanting to spend money and with the mindset that they're trying to make money, you've made yourself an easy target because, well, lack of experience. You can have all the knowledge in the world, but lack of experience will end up getting you in the end. So what do you do in this situation? Tell them, I will be back. I'm going to go look at what the other stores have. There's nothing embarrassing about that. It means that you're restricting your wallet. You're not going to be taking things for granted. And if they really don't want you to get out that door, then you know that is the big red sign that says, please leave immediately. Because what good store owners will say, yeah, here you go, but here's my card. Come back when you go check everything out, and then we can set you up. Because that builds enough confidence that says, hey, I know what I'm doing. And I know you're going to be back. Okay. Crazy says he's ready to talk and ready to join. Now remember, Crazy, if you're crackling and disconnecting like you were last time, I will have to put you on mute for a short bit. Here, we copy clipboard. And paste. There we go. And again, you guys are more than welcome to join. Also, Spider Mom, if you'd like to call in, you're also more than welcome to. And of course, we cannot forget our favorite Stefan. Is it Stefan or Stefan? I know people pronounce it differently, so I don't want to mispronounce your name. And again, you guys are more than welcome to come onto the show. So, what was I talking about? Oh, the pet stores. So that's a big red flag. It's when they want to keep you inside. They don't want you to go look at other stores. That's because they're putting your buck above the animal. And as an animal lover myself, and most people looking to keep animals, that's like a big red sign. It's a huge letter on the wall, if you want to call it like that, that says no, don't buy from that place, go somewhere else. Now, the other issue most people run into is availability. You only have a couple, maybe a small handful of stores, one or two. I remember a while back, there used to only be one pet store here in where I live, and that was a long time ago. However you want to pronounce it, everyone does it differently. Well, again, I don't want to be I don't want to push it. I don't want to be disrespectful in any way, shape, or form. So yeah, again, like I said, if you're looking to get a pet, first thing you do is you walk in, you look at how the animals are taken care of. If there's a smell in any way, shape, or form, rather, because aquariums have their own smell, but I'm talking about if the animals have a smell, if animals have an aroma. As a tarantula keeper, I know tarantulas don't have aromas, so if there's an aroma coming from a tarantula, that is A, one very sick one. B, there's going to be some sort of fungus in there, which leads back to the first one. And so, yeah, you just it's the smell, the sight. See if the animals are in too small of enclosures. If the store is full and the enclosures are oh, we have Green Lantern. Hello. Oh, they left. They're like, nope, I'm not doing this.
Hello.
Hello.
How is everyone today?
I'm doing good. So you're leaving us?
Yes, for 40 days.
Okay. Is there a reason for that?
Lent.
Did you just say Lent?
No, Lent.
Oh, Lent.
I have to get right with myself before I cause nightmares for others.
Sure. All right.
Those poor unfortunate souls.
So basically, all I hear is Mardi Gras. Isn't it Mardi Gras in Louisiana about this time?
Yes, but Mardi Gras is canceled this year.
What? Now they've crossed the line.
Actually, I would be saying the same thing, but the death total is still climbing very high in the New Orleans area, and it's even higher in my area.
Oh, okay.
So I can't fault them for canceling it this year. Yeah, it's just a crazy time. No point intended on my name.
Hello, Green Lantern. Welcome back. Hello? Are you there? Are you muted?
I see he says is mute.
Okay. So you're muted. Oh, there you are. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have Green Lantern. But so you're muted? Are you? Is there a reason why you're muted? Hmm. Uh, not to be rude, but if you're not gonna say something, I kind of have to let you go. This is a podcast, so.
So how you been, Cracks?
Pretty good actually. I just did another painting. I've got another one, and then I can get to your painting, which is kind of like every time I go to do your painting, it's like somebody's throwing money at me, and then they're like, I want that painting, so I'm like, oh, that's not bad. So yours is like halfway done, but I'm waiting to do a surprise with her because she's turning out so well. And so I was like, you know what? I'm instead of like showing you the updates, I'm just going to show you her all at once. But it is going to take some time, so I apologize about that. But right now, I'm
take your
doing
time.
okay. But the creepiest thing right now that I think the only thing that's going on right now is the creepiest thing, and that is I have a Lacidora parahabana that is actually chewing the cork bark, and so I hear this slight gnawing sound. And it's just like, and then once in a while you'll hear a snap because the cork bark will snap. She snapped it, and it's like, really, really, that is like the creepiest thing ever. Because you know how you have these horror films where you hear the scratching behind the wall. That's kind of how it sounds. So it's like, really,
my kind of movies.
So yeah, she's definitely doing that. But we were talking about pet care and pet stores. And do you have any experiences with pet stores?
Nope.
You're like, nope.
My pets fall in my lap.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Honestly.
You have
anytime we get a big storm that blows through where I live, we get cats, we've had dogs, and then there's friends that just want to give their animals away.
See, that's sad. Giving pets away is a big no-no online thing because then you're abandoning your animal. I mean, I can understand the situation calls for it. House on fire, financial issues where you've hit rock bottom, but where you were doing good before. But if you were having iffy issues already, oh, hold on, I've got messages. Oh, okay. Green Lantern says they're gonna hop out. They just wanted to say hi. Okay. Thank you for saying hi, Green Lantern. But get back to what I was saying. I get a little distracted. It's because I'm hungry. I'm like starving. What was I saying?
You should eat.
With the animals. Yeah, take care. Unless you have like some financial crash, like I can understand now because people are having issues. They can't go to work. And pets are a luxury that I will say this time and time again. Pets are a actual luxury. They're not absolutely needed. And so they're a huge luxury to have. And luxuries are expensive. Now, with that being said, most people will say, well, tarantula is not expensive. They're right in one regard. They're not expensive, but you have to worry about the heating bill, which means that either gas or electric, depending on how you heat it, or water, because we have a water furnace. And then I have an electric heater, so that's the electric. That adds up pretty quick, and that's not including the food that it takes, the different types of enclosures because they grow, and then substrate for maintenance days because I have to change out some of the substrate. The poop, they can't just sit in their poop all day and all year round.
You can go to jail over here for that.
You can go to jail over mistreating your tarantula.
Any pet. If somebody reports you for animal cruelty, you can face like federal charges.
Well, see, the thing is, they don't consider tarantulas animal cruelty if you don't change their enclosure, because we have what we call bioactive enclosures, which, if I remember correctly, Spider Mom was actually going to start up a bioactive. Just a reminder, though. Here in a couple minutes, we're going to start another song. So, but Spider Mom, after our next song, why don't you come on and we can talk about the bioactive and pet stores. Pet stores are bioactive because I at a pet store really burned me earlier, and I went from 0 to 100 in anger in a half a split second. So I was just like, really. But
Yeah.
are you ready for a song, Kane?
I'm ready when you are, sis.
All right. We got a song coming up. It is Bahama Breeze. And welcome back, everybody. And I would like to give a huge apology to the humming sound in the background. As you guys know, I do these from my office in my art studio, which is where I keep my tarantulas. And I want to keep fresh air moving through them. Sooner or later, I'll get a what do you call it? A shield from my mic, so you won't hear that. But I mean, I guess that's just how it goes. Crazy apparently had to drop off for a second. Spider Mom, if you would like to come on, please do so. I would love for you to come on and actually, well, you know, let's see. Say hello. We'll talk about the bioactives. There we go. There you go. We're waiting for Spider Mom. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, and again, once again, well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming to Exotics Radio. I am Crash, your host. Usually we're a little more upbeat than this. It just started off with the wrong foot. And of course, that won't happen again because now I know what to do. I'm so proud of myself. I'm like, yay! I give myself a little pat on the back. Eventually, I will get a soundboard up and running. But the soundboard itself for this, for the sound effects, Sounds really grainy. Sounds really bad. So yeah, well, save your ears. Crazy Kane is back. There you are.
Sorry about that.
No,
But
it's fine.
I thought I did mute the mic. If I didn't mute the mic, I do apologize.
No, once in a while I'd hear it. I was like, oh, maybe you forgot to mute. It's like mute. And then you just disappear.
It shows me a thing for the mic, and I pressed it, and it was like showing me that it was muted. So I don't know if I had to use something else or what, and then I wound up backing out too far.
It happens. That's exactly what happens.
But yeah, like I was saying though, here in the States, if you're caught abusing, it's mainly dogs in the States. Sometimes cats. If you're caught abusing animals, you can spend like 10 years in prison and then have to pay like a $500,000 fine.
But her mom says she's editing a video while she listens. I don't think she's gonna come on. I think she's gonna be shy. It's just
I'm not
she just doesn't want to say that. No. Here in Sweden, you can get serious fines. Here in Sweden, you're not allowed to have a fishbowl. All aquariums supposed to be square. Because when you have a round globe-like aquarium, apparently the fish does not have a place to hide. So it must have a square. So you can get fined for putting your fish in a fishbowl.
Okay. That's just crazy.
Welcome to Sweden. Yeah, no, it's ridiculous. And then there has to be a certain amount of fish for a certain size. You can't overdo your fish. So if the government gets wind, or say your neighbor just hates you and decides to say, hey, he's got fish, he's mistreating them, the government can come in at any time without warning. Usually they'll come in the middle of the night when you're sleeping, and then they'll evaluate your situation.
Yeah, that's messed up.
You thought the U.S. was messed up.
Hey, Spider-Man.
Hey, I hear you talking over there. Oh, guess you got come on. Give me a hard time.
You know I do it because I love you.
Yeah.
Hey, you got a good laugh at me when the floor was lava, and and then my stubborn. I can't speak English, I promise. Tarantula, my pea sesame named Columbus was like, nope, screw you, I'm buckled down. I'm like, got a straw underneath him, trying to like nudge him. He's like, nope. And the more I did it, the tighter he got. So it was like, so we had to stop, let him relax. Eventually, he went in kind of on his own. He tried to go sideways, so I used the catch cup to say nope. And then he just kind of went on straight. Finally, it took me like, what was it, like 30 minutes?
Yeah, a little bit.
Oh, I was so mad because when you put a catch cup down with a tarantula, usually they go up the wall. Now, crazy, take notes. If you ever want a tarantula, this is what's going to happen. Most of the time, you put a catch cup over them because you remove all of the stuff inside their enclosure, because you know they're going to freak out. They're going to want to go places and they're going to want to hide. So you want to eliminate the places of hiding. So what happened was I'd taken everything out and I put the catch cup nearly over him. He ducks for the corner, which is a real problem when you got a catch cup because it leaves a small gap. And then he's just like, I'm not going to go up. I'm just going to buckle down. And I'm like, are you kidding me? 9 times out of 10, a tarantula will run up the wall of the catch cup. That's the point of having a catch cup. But no, Columbus has to be smart and said, nope. And then we're going to talk about the floor is lava. So I was sweeping and mopping my floor, cleaning my spider room because I'm trying to get it ready for a tour. For some weekend. Don't know when. It's just one of those things that I'm going to take my time. I think I hear her laughing because she knows what I'm about to say. I have a box where I keep most of my molts, and that box gets very, very full. So what happened was for some stupid reason, I dropped the box. So all of these exoskeletons go scattering across my floor. I have a wooden floor. So I'm like, okay, I'll just pick up the exoskeletons. Not a problem. So I pick up all the exoskeletons, put them in the box, and then I feel this slight itching. It turns to slight burning, and then it was just straight irritation. It got between my toes, it got up around my ankles, and all over the bottom of my feet. Then my dumb butt decides to go, oh, my foot itches. And normally if the top of my foot itches, I just take the other foot and just kind of rub it. Yeah, that was an idiotic move. So now the top of my feet were burning. So all the while I was trying to clean my room. So I could immediately get all of that hair off the floor because I had all the crap from the shelves onto the floor. So it was like the floor was literally lava. No matter where I walked, it was a burning sensation. It was swelling and redness. It was just nasty all the way around. It wasn't a very fun situation or sensation, I should say. All the meanwhile, Spider Mom, our lovely lady over here, is laughing her ass off because she knows the situation.
That was hilarious.
Thank you for the love and support there, Spider Mom. I appreciate that.
Anytime, sweetie.
So, Spider Mom, bioactive enclosures. You wanted to do one, right?
I eventually want to do one. I'm not ready to do one yet because I still need to study up on them. But yeah, I do eventually want to do one.
Okay. For which tarantula, or do you want to do them for all your tarantulas?
Lord, no, I can't afford to do it for all of them. Crazy.
That's a next level keeping.
Yeah, I'm not a millionaire clone.
You're not?
No. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry if I give off that millionaire vibe, but no, I'm just. No.
Sorry for giving you a $1 million vibe. That's a. I don't even know what to say with that. I could take that and run with it, but I think I'm just gonna leave it alone. That's a landmine somewhere in that sentence.
Hey, Cracks.
No, I just.
I'm gonna be here, but I'm going to take care of a little issue.
Okay.
I just wanted to let you know.
Okie dokie. Oh my goodness. So
yeah, I don't know who for yet, but yes, I do want to get one singular.
See, that's the problem with bioactive. There's so much that goes into them, which makes them bioactive, and that is money. That's something that most keepers don't understand, and that irritates me every time I see a YouTube channel say that I have this beautiful enclosure, I put this together, I bought this, I bought that. Oh, but and tarantulas are awesome to keep because they're cheap. And it's like I look at what they're using, the setups they're using, and I'm like, dude, there is nothing cheap about that. What are you talking about? And there's nothing more irritating because of that.
Yeah. Cheap to one person is expensive to another, so that's
exactly. So I truly believe if you want to show how cheap you can put together an enclosure, that's awesome. And you want to make it aesthetically appeasing, that is a challenge, but it's still plausible. Yeah. It just irritates me when you see these beautiful enclosures and it's like, that's a $60 enclosure. That's not cheap.
Right.
And then I was like, what was the other thing that irritated me? Oh yeah, pet shops attitudes. I thought I'd never have to talk about this, but I walked into a pet store and asked if they had live food for my tarantulas. We don't believe to keep live animals to feed to other live animals. No, we don't have any of that. That was the first line of their freaking mouth. I went from 0 to 100 really quick. I was so mad. Oh. So yeah, do not go to pet stores that are extensions of the main pet store, and do not walk into pet stores that actually have strange smells. I was like, I was so livid. So I ended up going to Valbo. If there's anybody out there that lives in Sweden or lives around the Swedish area, and say your area doesn't carry live food due to the virus out there, go check up Arkin Zoo out of Valbo. Go check them out. They're excellent service for one. Two, they're really good about getting the needs that you need, and they have an online store. So you're more than welcome to go check them out. And I would highly suggest it because they treated me really well. Walked in there, said, "Hey, do you have this?" "Yep, but we're out. Wednesday we get more." It's like, okay, sweet. I'll take what you have on hand right now. And not a problem. I didn't get looked down on. I didn't feel comfortable because I keep animals that eat live animals. I was like, are you kidding me? Oh, so yeah. Pet stores are really annoying sometimes.
See, so, you have tarantulas. The closest thing I would get to an exotic pet would be an alligator.
Can you keep an alligator for pet?
Yes, you can. To a certain
extent. They would take up a lot of room, a lot of time. Oh my god, that's way more work than I'm willing to do, because you can't really. I don't even think you can keep them indoors.
No, when they first hatch, they give you like a tank. You can keep them within a tank when they first hatch. But gators are like us bayou folk. They're meat eaters. So to a certain extent, like 6 foot, that's when you have to either release them to the wild or wait for October when it's hunting season and it becomes barbecue.
See, then you're not raising a pet; you're raising a animal for food, and that's totally different. That, and I would never recommend to release any hand-raised animals into the wild, because that just causes slower problems. They're going to associate humans with food, and somebody's going to get seriously hurt.
Same thing with cows over here. My mom wants cows, goats, and everything. She asks me what I'm gonna name them. I'm like, that one's gonna be T-bone. That one's gonna be burger on a steak. And the other one's gonna be supper tonight.
Oh, bless me.
I know.
So anyway, yeah, I'm not even gonna comment on that. You've been calling me sis for almost a year now, so I can actually pick on you now.
Well, the crazy thing is, I see you truly. Y'all more like a sister. I have that like brother-sister vibe with y'all, so take it as a good thing when I call y'all sis.
Oh yeah, just don't take my teasing too seriously, because then we're gonna have issues. But I have a little brother as well, but I give him hell.
See,
there is no even now, because with the living arrangement and stuff. Even now, I don't let up. It's ongoing. It's consistently ongoing. I found.
See, my little brother went to college, but he is so much stronger than me. Like, if we were to get in a fight, 99% I'm going to the hospital because the boy cannot break bones. He's drank so much milk that his bones are almost unbreakable.
So, are you back, Spider-Mom?
Yeah, I'm back.
But no, See, that means somebody's taking good care of their body. But what I was going to say is, I'm relentless here. Oh yeah, speaking of relentless, I watched Spider Mom. Spider Mom's got some skills when it comes to gaming. I'm not a gamer. Headshot.
What game you play, Spider Mom?
I was just messing around on Call of Duty today. I was trying to get the live game streaming ready for something I'm going to start on Thursday nights. Playing game with my viewers. So I played a little bit of Call of Duty earlier, but I wasn't doing too well. But
That's awesome. We have something in common.
Speaking of,
I'm actually in charge of a group on COD.
Oh yeah, that's cool.
Nice.
Very small.
No, I think I remember you telling me about that. Oh, but speaking of what we have in common, I've got another song lined up for us. You guys ready to mute your mics and then listen to some chill out music?
Yeah.
I'm gonna attempt to mute my mic. Hopefully it works.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you're listening to Exotics Radio Podcast. I am Cracked, your host. We have Spider Mom and Crazy Kane with us this evening. We also have Stefan Harrop also in the house. If you're in the chat and you'd like a quick shout out, leave a message. But for right now, we've got Coffee House. It's Coffee and Unicorns. And I'm not going to pronounce the last name, so I'm just going to leave it as that. Remember, all music comes from Epidemic Sound. I do have a subscription because I'm not sponsored. But I would recommend going and getting a subscription from them. It might be a little pricey, but it's totally worth it. So, Coffee and Unicorns. And welcome back, everybody. I saw Spider Mom step out for a brief moment. Now, I hope the music is good on your side. Is the music okay? Is it high pitched? Is it whiny? Is it grainy?
Oh, good. Not high, not low, just right.
Well, there's a lot of bass to it, so just making sure the bass is also heard. You okay, Spider Mom?
Yeah. Yep. I can't do two things at once. I can't concentrate. I can't multitask.
What kind of dog you have, Spider Mom?
What kind of what?
What kind of dog you have?
Dogs? Well, we have 5 dogs, 4 mutts, and then we have a Dotson. We have a Dotson Scotty mix. We have a Lab Terrier mix. We have a Lab Pit mix, and we have a Dotson Eskimo mix.
That's awesome. My aunt has a English Bulldog, and my mom and I have a Basset Hound Lab / Blue Heeler mix.
Oh yeah, that's a sweet dog right there.
Oh yes. Except when he has to go to timeout.
Yeah. Yeah, they don't like timeout.
Well, you try telling them. You know they're smart. These animals are smart. But you think they would understand you can't chew on charge cables. And you can't leave presents that could. And you can't leave presents to where you might go to the hospital. Because I have wood floors too. And sometimes you don't see the liquid. And you might slide.
Oh goodness. Yeah. I think Jason's trying to say he's trying to say my perfect little cat Midnight over here has actually chewed up some cables. I don't know what he's thinking. I don't know. Midnight's perfect. I don't know what he's talking about. Go ahead, cat.
We have cats too.
Speaking of cats, speaking of floors, wooden floors, am I the only one that waxes my floors and then lets the cats tease the cats by throwing a toy and then watching the chaos?
We use
lasers.
It's
one of the few joys in life. Yeah, my cats don't like lasers that much. That they way prefer something they could chase and then tear into and then give back. Now they're quite the little hunters. So
I'll tell you a funny thing there, sis. My aunt's dog believes it's not a dog. The dog believes it's a cat. When I tell you, we have so much joy and fulfillment when this sucker chases the laser, and then the cats start chasing the laser. It's a show. No tickets required.
Oh. So is there anything you guys want to talk about? This is Exotics Talk, so you come on the Exotics Radio, you come and you have a word or two. If not, I'm gonna just open up a couple songs and then call it a night because we are coming up at our 1 hour mark.
Well, what would y'all like to talk about?
I would like to say, because you were talking about earlier about the pet stores.
Yes.
Make sure you're going to a reputable pet store. Don't go to a big box store and expect them to know exactly what they're talking about. Yeah, there are some people in there, but there's that know what they're talking about. But there's also people who don't have a clue. So research before you go to the pet shop. Honestly, because if you go to say PetSmart or something, they're telling you to put sponges in the bowls so the tarantulas won't drown and heat mats and all this other stuff. I'm telling you, you definitely need to research before you go to the pet shop. Don't buy on a whim unless you know exactly what you're getting into.
No, that's what I was talking about. You know, you've done your research already and you've come in to a pet store wanting to buy the pet. And I was using hamsters as an example because most places have hamsters.
Mm-hmm.
So, like I said, if you walk in and you see if you smell a funky smell, it doesn't even have to be funky. It could be just a normal smell. Then no, because that means they're not really cleaning frequently or disinfecting as much as they actually are supposed to. Now, aquariums are a different thing because salt water will always have a strange smell to it. So if you look around, they've got a saltwater tank. The smell might be coming from the saltwater tank, but for the most part, if you walk into where they keep the birds and the rodents, and you walk in there and it's got a smell in there, then start looking at the health of the animals because there's something wrong. With the tarantula keepers, we all know that tarantulas do not have a smell. So if you walk in and there's a smell, there's something definitely wrong. And then let's see what else. Snakes also have an aroma. So, you have to, it depends on the animal that you're getting. If they put off a natural scent, like ferrets put off a natural scent. But unlike most places, I don't know about the U.S. if they can sell ferrets, but here in Sweden, they're not allowed to sell ferrets in pet stores. You have to go to a breeder to get them. Same with cats or dogs. We're not allowed to have them in pet stores. We're only allowed, I think it was like birds, some sorts of rodents, arachnids, insects, and some types of reptiles. We're not allowed to have all types of reptiles because some, like the monitors, they take up so much room. Stefan says their cat goes crazy with the laser pointer. See, mine just like it to flash your mind and throw the toy. So you have to give them something to actually chase. Now, honestly, when you go to a pet store, also look at the goods. If there's dust everywhere, that means that they're not having a lot of turnout. So you might want to be careful about that. And that might be a huge sign that they don't have a very good reputation. Because what if you go to a pet store and you're like, well, I don't know which place. They don't want to support the big chains, but they don't want to go to a bad small place either. So, if the bags of food have dust on them, there are some places like here in Sweden. There's one place that also does their own sawdust, so there is going to be dust everywhere. So just kind of keep that in mind, also. So, pet mom, Spider Mom. You're a pet mom.
Yeah.
When you have you ever gotten your tarantula from a pet store?
Yes, I actually have gotten two?
Princess
and Chad. I've gotten 3 from a local pet store.
Yeah.
Okay. How was the experience?
The experience was really good. But Princess is still going. She's an old girl. She's 24 years old now. We haven't had her for 24 years, but she's 24 years old.
We probably had about 4 or 5.
And but yeah, it's a local pet shop. But we knew what we were getting into. We didn't know they were going to have tarantulas. A couple of the times we went, but we knew about them beforehand. But I had good experiences from there.
The girl that worked there.
Yeah, people that work there know their stuff about tarantulas.
A couple of them.
Yeah.
Oh, that's good. See, when you can walk into a place and they can tell you the age of the animal, then you know you've got to a good place.
The girl, well, she does. She tells the girl check.
I know. Yeah.
Because I don't think there's ever been a real good experience with me shopping for a tarantula and going into a pet store. It's either they think they know what they've got, and like the one pet store. Now let me look up the names because they thought it was a Gamastola pulchra, and I'm like, that's not a Gamastola, that's an Old World, and I can't for the life of me remember which Old World it was. It was black. Was it a black tie? Hey, Scott's Animal Adventures has made it. He says, "Good afternoon, ladies."
Hey, Scott. Sending out posting a sticker to Scott. I'm posting stickers to Scott right now.
Oh, nice. Super nice. Okay, hold on.
Okay.
Yes, it was. It was a Hapalopelma longipes. They were selling
That's
a
a name.
Hapalopelma longipes as a pulchra.
I think they were selling a poker piece. What was that one that we were looking at? It was a Choco Gold Meat that they were selling zebra leg, or zebra leg is a Choco.
What is Jason talking about? Bring him up. You know, he doesn't have to be shy. He can come on the show.
Come on, you can come say hello. You can come give your 2 cents, I guess.
I hear him in the background. He might as well come out.
Yeah.
Pet store. I'm sitting on a chair because I just got back from work, but we were in a pet store looking at it. We saw a tarantula sitting there, and they had a zebra leg. What is it? Grandma stole a what?
That's a Funapelma Simani.
They had the Funapelma Simani sitting there labeled as a Choco Golden Knee, and it was like they wanted. I'm trying to remember how much they were wanting for the dang spider. It was like $30 or $40. Well, it was one of the two, and the other one was way cheaper than what they were labeling it as. Isn't that right?
Yeah, and we had to tell them that they had it labeled wrong. They had no freaking clue.
It wasn't even the right.
This was at a big box store.
Was it? Yeah, it was PetSmart or one of them. That's all I was saying.
Okay. No, but you gotta understand. A Grandma Stole Pulchra is a black velvet, Brazilian black velvet. Is it a Brazilian black velvet? No. I hate common names. I always mix them up. But basically, they're very large, but they're New World, so they're kind of slow. They have a really good attitude. And then they're trying to sell a black Thailand. It's a Hamapapelma longipes, which is I think it was a Minex. It's either a Minex or a longipes. But it was a Hamapapelma. And they come from Thailand. They're an old world. You see the huge problem?
Yeah, big difference. Old world and new world. Very dangerous, and it's just different living conditions, everything.
Absolutely everything is different about that tarantula, and it was just like they're trying to label it as one of the I call them the black cats or the kitty cat of the tarantula world. You can actually, this is one of the few tarantulas that just don't care what you're doing. And Gammastola pulchra is one of the most mellow tarantulas I've seen versus a hot-blooded tarantula that has strong venom and will potentially put somebody in the hospital if bitten. So yeah, it was just, I was so angry. I was mad. And and this is a place that is supposed to have a reputation of being, years in the experience. I'm like, are you kidding me? Even the slings don't even look alike. But there were some adults, so they kind of look a little similar. But they just saw a big black tarantula and decided to label it as such. And it's like, that's not what the supplier told us. I was like, yeah, the supplier's trying to get you sued. The supplier's trying to get your business hurt.
And also, the pulchra is worth way more, or here in the United States, a pulchra's value is way higher than that of any of those Thailand blacks or any of a lot of the old worlds.
No, well, that's the thing. That's the thing. Even here, the pulchra is quite expensive because they're very hard to breed. So they're very hard to come by. And so if you get one, you keep it. And then you have this, like I said, that wasn't the most irritating part. The most irritating part was the fact that you have this tarantula that could potentially put somebody in the hospital, because if somebody like me gets bit, I have a hypersensitivity to some venom, not all venom, but there's some types of venom that will definitely give me a hard time. I get shortness of breath, I break out in hives, and there's even numbness. When I got bit by the P. metallica, my body totally went in reject mode, and it got so bad that I couldn't feel my arm. And but then the waves of pain started coming in. That was just a whole different story. But that was normal. But the whole problem with that is, what if the paralyzation hits my chest? What if it affects my heart? What if it affects my lungs? Most likely it won't, knock on wood. But that's the problem with a person like myself. I have to be very careful to a degree. And of course, I take all that caution and throw it to the wind when I'm dealing with my own tarantulas and get bit. So, it's always a slang and it's always a new world. I don't know why. But the thing is with pet stores is, even if they have a good reputation, they're human, they'll make mistakes. It's just how they deal with the mistakes that separates them from the other stores. Like Spider Mom has said, people, same in the UK, a pulcher can go for 20, 30, whereas a poker piece goes for 10 or 15. Yeah, see, and say, like I said, it's everywhere. It's completely everywhere. The difference is because pulchras are very hard to breed. I think a Grammostola in general are just hard to breed. Spider Mom, have you had any success with Grammostolas?
Breeding them? No.
Scott's Animal Adventures. I know Scott is very well known with his invert care. Scott, or even Stefan, do you guys know anybody who has been able to breed Grammostolas? I've got here are people who are praying in comments, and I'm not even reading them. I'm so horrible. I'm a horrible host today. It's probably because I was caught completely off guard trying to get the music set up. So let's go back a little bit. Stefan says, I've only ever bought off a local breeders. We have decent reptile shops, about a half-hour drive, but only ever got fish from them. He also says, hey, Scott. He also says online breeders are not local. Online breeders not local. Okay. And then he went on to say about the pulchras, and Scott's just like, yay. But Scott or Stefan, if you guys want, here is the link. You guys are welcome to join us. You guys are more than welcome to come join us for a quick chat. We're talking about animal care, pet shops, what to be careful of. Again, if I hadn't done my research, I seriously gotten hurt. And so I'm thinking, pulchras are great. Grammostola pulchras are great for kids. Let me say this much. They're good for kids to look at through the enclosure. But when you want to teach a kid how to take care of a tarantula, they actually are really good. They're pretty hardy species. But I do not recommend a roseo. I know some people will be like, why? Dude, those things can flip on a dime faster than a... Well, I can't say that here. I have to be nice. I have something vulgar to compare it to, but I can't. Scott Animal Ventures says they don't know.
It's okay, we won't tell.
No, but YouTube will. They just listen to everything. They don't know too many tea breeders success, but there sure are people. They also want to say would love to, but they have some stuff to get on with. Oh, it's okay. Maybe next time. Also, again, ladies and gentlemen, I am looking for somebody to interview this coming Friday. So I'm hoping I asked Sam. You want to talk about tarantulas?
I got nothing better to do. Absolutely zero.
I'm sorry, but I'm looking for somebody a bit more knowledgeable.
Shucks.
I know. But what I was saying, gosh, I totally lost the train of thought here. Well, I try to remember what I was thinking. I've got a song lined up. How about we listen to that instead?
Sounds good.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we have... we got a couple of songs. We have Nebulas by Ocean Jams. And thank you for tuning in. I am Cracks, your host. And again, I apologize for the fan in the background. I'm exercising my right to keep my tarantulas well ventilated. So if you guys can deal with that until I get a foam cover, I'd appreciate that. So Crazy Kane had left. He said, thank you all for being here. God bless you all. And he had to go. Oh, so it's just me now and Spider Mom. And of course, I hope Stefan and Scott's Animal Adventures is still watching. If you guys are, thank you guys for tuning in. I appreciate it. You guys are great. You guys really touch my heart when you guys tune in. It does things to my toes. It makes me tingle. That totally sounds great. I noticed. It sounded way better than it coming out of my mouth.
I'm not saying nothing.
Scott Animal Adventure says the song made him sleepy. Well, the whole point of the show is so you kick back, relax, look up a coffee. Oh, he shared to Facebook. Oh, thank you so much, Scott. I appreciate that. So if you guys are tuning in just now, thank you for being here. We're going to run a little bit longer than we normally are because I'm trying to figure out the whole video thing going on. I'm hoping the quality of the music is good. That's just my biggest fear right now is getting the music quality up there. Because I know I have a lot of heavy beat with this music, and it really doesn't like to show up on Facebook, or not Facebook, but YouTube. Oh my goodness! So we were talking about pet stores, unique situations we found ourselves in when we're buying from pet stores. If you guys have any stories you'd like to share, please feel free to either comment in the section below or the section next to the window, or you're more than welcome to hit the follow the link, just ask for the link. Stefan Harrop says it is Comfy Pants Wednesday, Scott. Yes, it is. Like I said, only pants are required. No shoes, no shirt, doesn't care. No socks, none of those are required, just the pants. Just gotta keep the pants on.
They say that you do have pants on anyway.
Yes, please, just don't. I really don't want to know if anybody's actually wearing any pants. That's the much information. So, Spider-Man, I sent you a video, a short little video of my the creepy noise that I'm having to deal with right now. I don't know if you guys can hear it over the mic, but yeah, she is chewing the cork bark. I have no clue why. I do know that tarantulas like to chew. Either it's a out of boredom, B out of something that they've got maybe stuck. If they've got mites around the was it chelicerae? Just chelicerae. The jaw area with the fang is if they got mites around that area, they'll chew to get rid of them. So I just want to make sure she doesn't have any mites, of course, because I've already taken her to a vet. Scott says UK pants or US pants. I see a boa in. Oh, okay. Hold on a second. Scott's Animal Adventure says, I see boa imperator listed as boa constrictor. A lot is that. That is a lot is my pet peeve. Ah, okay, I see. So the one's a boa morph, I think, and the other one is an actual boa constrictor. Or is a boa constrictor a boa constrictor like a common name? I don't know snakes, so you will have to forgive me. I'm not a snake person. I didn't study. Well, I studied herpetology to a degree, but I didn't get like deep into it. I just briefly studied it, and it was to help me get my living biology degree. UK pants or US pants? Swedish pants. I'll go with the third option. So what are we going to talk about now? We've talked about just about everything under the sun. I could just keep the music flowing, but I figure you guys are here for the podcast, not just the music. As the name states, we are an exotics radio podcast. So we are a podcast. We do a lot of talking, but I wanted to bring forward one of my favorite subjects, which is pet keeping. And I wanted to mix it with music so people can have not only their small breaks in between, so there's just a wall of just sheer talking, and then you starting to tune them out, and they're just background noise. But I also wanted to bring in the kind of a radio aspect without all of the advertisements. And I also wanted to give highlight to a lot of new artists, which is why I love Epidemic Sound for what they do. They have an excellent program for new and upcoming artists. And, you pay a subscription. Yes, it's pricey, but you get a lot at your fingertips. They don't just keep the good stuff and get rid of the bad. You have to have a certain quality of music, but you can choose what quality music that you think is best as a listener, instead of being told, well, we have this, and this, and it's like, well, this isn't the kind of music I'm looking for. I want to find something else. They totally leave that up to you. Now, again, the recordings have to be good quality, and so they're excellent, top-notch quality. But you're not given just a certain types of genre. You're given all types. I can even look up music for video backgrounds, for like dramatic music for something dramatic. Like if I wanted to put together a spy movie or a spy video clip as a comedy or whatever, I can do that with the options that they give. So I definitely love Epidemic Sound for what they do. And that's where this music is coming from anybody who's just now turning in. I get all my music from Epidemic Sound. I have a subscription with them, so I do pay them. So I do have permission to use their music. And when I play their music, I'm also trying to promote the artist as well, because if I'm struggling here and want people to come to my show, then that's one thing. But if I'm going to have to use somebody else's music for things that I dream that I want to make good quality for you guys, then it's only right that I show them love too. So it's a give and take kind of thing. Scott Animal Adventure says one is a Central American and Colombian, and the and a boa constrictor is from the other side, from the Andes in Brazil. Aha! So it is from. It depends on where they're from. Improper enclosure setup is pet shops setting bad examples to prospective buyers. I have to agree with that because you not only do you see that with tarantulas and you see it with the snakes, but you also see that with a lot of the beardies. You see that with a lot of the insects in general. Take mantis for example. I refuse to buy any mantis from the pet stores. They have absolutely zero clue what they're doing. Unless they're specializing in that particular animal, they really do not know what they're doing, and so you have a high mortality rate when you buy them. And then what else do they keep? A friend of mine who enjoys birds. She can't stand it. She cannot stand walking into a pet store. She goes there because they're not a very common animal. People don't look at the details and see how they're treated. She goes, when you have 2 or 3 birds in the same enclosure or in the same cage, she goes, it's phenomenal, especially with some of the species that aren't supposed to have that because of the bullying issue. Because they were trying to build a hierarchy, and whoever's on the bottom is going to be having all the feathers plucked out. So she's a big one against the birds. So yeah, I think having a pet store is great as long as you know what you're doing and don't go outside your means of knowledge. If you want to open up a store with more animals, then go get educated. Go to an actual breeder and say, hey, look, I want to open a pet. I have a pet store. I have this and this and this particular animal. I would love to introduce this particular animal. Show me, how do I take care of this animal correctly and efficiently? Because you have to keep in mind they also are doing it to also make money, so they have to do they have to make sure that the animal is worth it. So it just yeah, I've gone on a tangent. Then I'm sorry. How about you, Spider-Mom? What is your 2 cents on that?
Are you talking about opening your own pet store?
No, I'm talking about pet stores in general and how they keep their animals.
Just in general. Okay. Yeah. I agree with you 100%. I mean, there's really not much else to say. Stick to what you know. Look at the conditions of the place when you go in. You can test the people's knowledge. I don't know. You've pretty much covered it all.
Yeah. No, as Scott said, keepers make good owners, but businessmen can sell more and flip stuff.
Oh, yeah.
I think there's a fine line. I think you can actually walk that fine line of being able to be a good keeper and still be able to sell your stock. I mean, like I said, I not a lot of people realize that I'm trying to open my own business of selling tarantulas. I can't sell tarantulas until, for one, the paperwork gets through, and 2, I can get paperwork. What was it? Paperwork and the crud. I'm trying to think. Advertisement. So I have to buy a lot of slots for advertisement, and then I have to get the paperwork through. But the thing is, I'm not buying or have too much stock that I can't hold. So basically, I'm not selling every breed of tarantula out there. I take all into the account of what the animal is in, the animal's needs, and I'm passing that on through my business. Here's my business idea. So you guys heard this first. Bluebonnet tarantulas will be my thing. Will be my jazz. Hopefully this May. If I don't get it up this May, maybe June. When you order from us, say you get a sling. Okay. First of all, the animal's packed. The animal's packed properly. I've packed tarantulas before, and I when I get tarantulas, even I'm critical of how I get my tarantulas in the mail. So I'm just like, argh. But there is quite a few. Well, let's say quite a few. There's about 3 different videos I can actually recommend to watch if you're wanting to learn how to pack animals and do it safely and do it well. One guy goes into straight detail on why, and I really like his video. So I will probably link his video in the description below a bit later. But definitely go check out his video once I link it. Now, the thing is with that is he was also doing it during the wintertime, so he was showing you how to pack for the winter. Here in Sweden, it gets way too cold still the same, and shipping to other countries, it's just impossible. You can't. Heat packs last for about 2 to 3 days, and on a 7-day trip, it's just not going to work. So the limited time that I'm going to be selling is going to be short and sweet. So what I do is I pack the animal correctly, then I'll tie a yellow ribbon around the base of the either the sling pot, or if it's a girl, it'll be a pink ribbon. If it's a boy, a blue ribbon. And then so you know which one's male, which one's female. You won't have this crappy handwriting that you can't read. And then here's where the fun details come in. You get your first baby pics. If it's a sling, you get the first baby pics. If they're born and raised here in my studio, then you will get their eggs with legs pictures, and all the way up to the point, with some pictures all the way up to the point where I ship off. Those are your pictures. Those are your adoptions. You also get a birth certificate. So that tells you when they were hatched, when they were officially separated from their siblings. So that's when their birthday starts, basically. And then counted to the day that they're sold off. So they get a birth certificate. So basically now you've got a secure age of your tarantula, and you get your and you also get if it's a male, female, or unisex, or basically unsexed. Not unisex, unsexed, blah, blah, blah. I do speak English. And then you get a care care sheet for that particular type of animal. So you get, say you get a Nandu Tripe. You would get a Nandu Tripe and all of the care that it goes with it. So there's many people out there who say, I know how to take care of this animal. Oh, that's great. But then it's also nice to get some notes with it. So not only that, but then if say it's a subadult or a juvenile, then you get adoption papers, fun adoption papers that says this is their name, this is the day they were born, here's the birth certificate, this is an official adoption paper, because the adventure doesn't stop just when you get a tarantula. So basically what you do as the person buying, you get a package in the mail. You get basically on top will be a letter that says, please check your animal first and foremost, because that is their well-being is basically comes first. We understand they're excited about we understand that you're excited about the package, but what we want you to do is we want you to make sure the animal's in well keeping. You have 24 hours to report to me the condition of your animal if it's in bad shape. If you do not, the animal is only guaranteed for a live delivery for that 24 hours. Now I understand there's animals that sustain injury because packaging is not nice. The mailman is not nice to package us. So I wanted to make sure that the people have a chance. They have 24 hours after the package has been delivered. And if they get back to me and say this animal is acting a little weird, or if it's passed away, immediately gets replaced at my expense. No, not the owner's expense, at my expense. But if say the animal has sustained an injury, we don't know how. I'm still here and loving this chat. Oh, that's great. Thank you, Scott. Appreciate that. But again, if the animal sustains an injury, we don't know how it's going to affect the animal. So you get 72 hours guaranteed. So you get 3 days, basically 3 days on top of your. So you get 4 days of knowing if that animal is going to be alive and well. If the animal lasts, say, 5 days, and then finally succumbs to the injury, I know that the animal has had some sort of injury, but he or she, they, them, have passed the guarantee date. Now you can get a replacement, but you have to pay. You have to pay for the shipping. And if it happens to be a tarantula that I do no longer have, either you can wait for the next order to come in, or you can get a different tarantula of your choosing. of the same size and same age, of course. I'm not going to sit there and exchange a full-on adult for a sling. It's just not going to happen. But you have to take pictures and you have to get back to me. We have to open a communication. And with that, I think that covers pretty much everything that my business can offer as a business, for one, and two, as a keeper myself. So you're not getting a tarantula just from an actual business. You're actually getting basically you're getting a tarantula from a keeper. So you're getting my point of knowledge. Now I could have some things that are I wouldn't say mistakes, because if I'm sharing information with you about a particular species, it's a species I have full expertise with. Spider Mom, do I need to quit? I can't talk today.
It happens. It happens to all of us.
It's to the best of us.
Yeah.
I know. I'm not narcissistic at all. But yeah, that's the thing with my business is, when you order an animal from us, you will get, or for me, you get it from a keeper's perspective, not a business perspective. And I think because you're getting that perspective, then you can actually have it flipped. That's what I was trying to get it with through this long explanation. I think that's where you can actually flip. You can be a really good keeper and be a good business. Because it's fun. If you ever see all of these unboxing videos, it's just the tarantula, and that's where the adventure stops. With us, or with my business, I don't want the adventure to stop just with the tarantula. I want it with, you get everything to go with your tarantula. Now you get Polaroid pictures with your tarantula. That means that you get to something that you can put up on the wall, or you can put next to it. And you can see their cuteness as they grow. There's a particular size that I won't sell. If they're under a certain size, I'm not going to sell them. So it's as simple as that. Because I've seen where people are going N-Star 3, and it's like, what? No, that's too young. That's way too young and way too little. So like I said, I don't want that. I want all tarantulas to be a certain size before I send them out. I'm not in it to make millions of dollars. I'm not in it to make high profits. I'm in it to be coming from a keeper to either somebody coming in new to the hobby, or maybe a very experienced keeper themselves. Either way, they're still getting the information sheet. Just going to put that in there.
Right.
So, any ideas about that, Spider Mom?
No, it seems like you've pretty much covered everything you could. As far as that goes, if you do it one way, it's going to take a lot of time and a lot of dedication for sure.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's the thing. Somebody asked me if your business takes off, because I was asking another breeder, and I won't call them out on here because I don't want to be like, I know what they're selling and I know their businesses, but they were willing enough to show me what's the possibility of the turnout. And they're sending on a monthly basis. They're sending between 200 to 300 tarantulas on a monthly basis. That is a lot of packages. And they basically set out deliveries every 2 weeks. So basically, I believe it's every other Monday that packages go out. And so it's really great to have that, which is nice. So I mean, you're making your overhead. You're definitely making a profit. And they are a licensed business here in Sweden. So they're one of the two, and soon I'll be one of the 3 licensed businesses here in Sweden that can sell tarantulas. So I mean, they're very legit in every which way possible. And I asked, well, how long does it take? And they go, if they take any more, they've got 3 people already. And if they take any more, they're going to have to hire 2 or 3 more people, and they can't really afford that. That's where they start eating into the profit versus actually turning out a profit. And I go, that is a lot of tarantulas. And so they're like, yeah, that it takes almost a full week to get everybody packed and ready to go. Because as you know, some tarantulas just don't want to go. You're having to deal with the tarantula themselves. So, like I said, it takes a lot of time. So how am I going to be able to do that and juggle Exotics Radio plus the Fat Cat Radio and then the art? And I was like, well, if I'm making money during the summer for the selling the tarantulas, and then I'm not doing art during the summer. As simple as that. They go, well, will you have enough time to do your exotics radio? Will you have enough time to do your fat cat radio? I'm like, yeah, I will, because the recording takes about an hour, and since I'm not doing any editing with the fat cat radio, that's somebody else, that narrows it down quite a bit. But when it comes to exotics radio, this is live. So basically, I can even go live while I'm packaging animals. So that's a different story. Of course, by then I'll have to have a co-host. So and I've got somebody already in mind. I've worked with her before in the past. So at that point, then she can come on and be my co-host again, I hope. But other than that, like I said, there's ways to be able to do it and still do other things. It's just, it will take a lot of time because packaging and selling tarantulas, that's a huge responsibility. And of course, you're going to have everything ready and to go and make sure that the place that you're sending them through has either a temperature control, or B, it's going to be in the summer. But then you're going to have to worry about if things get too hot. Some countries do not get as hot as Sweden. Or I should say, some countries get hotter than Sweden. Sweden does not get as hot as other countries, is what I meant to say. And yeah, then you run into a huge problem. So again, depends on the delivery service. Can they deliver? I mean, with everything going on right now with the C virus and everything. So yeah, I don't know. We'll find out when we get there, when I get my license. As soon as I get my license, my whole big idea, my whole big dream is open a tarantula and invertebrate boutique. I know it sounds weird, but just think about it. You go into a store, you can have tea or coffee, and while you're sitting there having a tea or coffee, you can actually be in a room with some of the most endangered species in the world. And you get to own one of those endangered species if you can afford to buy it. And plus, I'll have all of the items for sale for the enclosures and all that. Then across the way, you'll see basically a table that has been, how do you call it? With the plexiglass. The plexiglass is up and around, so it's kind of like a clear plastic box with a shelf that's about waist high. And so people coming in can actually see how animals are packed and transported. So I think it'd be really cool to basically, you're coming in and you're shopping for a tarantula, kind of like a pet store, but in a different type of environment. You get to see all the inner workings of how things are done. Of course, I'm going to have my podcast table up front because then I can have all my equipment. So people walking by the big windows can actually look in and see how the business is doing. So that's kind of like my big dream. That and owning a boat. My big retirement. Own a boat. Live on a boat. And so, I worked my ass off all these years. So I think living on a boat is going to work. I think I've got that one locked down. The boutique, I don't. So hopefully my podcast and Fat Cat Radio will take off, and I can get Patreon donators to come in. So that's one thing. If my show picks up, because right now I started off with 0, it took me about a month, and I picked up 35 people. It wasn't as fast as growing as it's not as fast growing as it was on Podbean. Podbean, it took me a year, and I got almost 600 people. My Spotify is a bit more than that. And so the growth, now I'm worried about growth, but I'm also worried about quality. YouTube is a lot wider audience, but it doesn't have the niche like a lot of other places. Scott Animal Adventures says that's super cool. The boat part, yeah, I think having a boat's also super cool. I'm hoping you're talking about the boutique, but if not, having a boat's awesome too.
Talking about the boutique.
I'm pretty sure he is. But yeah, that's kind of how things are going. Those are my big dreams. I just, one day at a time. be consistent. They tell you, one person will tell you be consistent on YouTube, while the other person's like, you don't have to be consistent, just worry about the quality. I think there's a good line between the both. I think having good quality and being consistent, that's what's going to make your channel. I like your idea earlier with your. I don't want to spoil it too much because I know what you're doing. And I wish I was there, but unfortunately, I don't play half of those things, so I can't. I won't be able to join. But at least I can watch and listen and talk, and chat with you.
Well, see, the fun thing is, though, you will be able to join as long as you can watch the stream on either your computer or your television. All you need is your cell phone to play along with me. I wasn't playing the game that we're going to be playing earlier. I was just messing around, just trying to get the streaming stuff right.
Oh, okay. Like a nice test run, which, you would think I would take that kind of, how do you say it? You would think I would take that kind of advice and do it myself instead of waiting, an hour and a half, 2 hours before the show and then trying to get my audio up and running. Nope. I don't learn my lessons. Of course not. Why would I do that?
Yeah, that's why I did it earlier. That's why I did that earlier today. But we're gonna try it tomorrow for the first time and see how it goes.
Well, I wish you the best of luck on that one because I want to be there for that because I think that'll be fun.
I think so too. Yeah.
Scott Animal Adventure says, yeah, he talked about the boutique.
It would be interesting to have like an invert or just tarantula boutique. That's not something you see.
Well, the thing is with the boutique, I would have to bring in foot traffic on a different basis because people, the niche is so small. The tarantula hobby is picking up, which is really good, but the niche is so small. What do you do? How do you bring in more foot traffic? Because you have to be able to make money having this big building, because the building has to be big. It has to be highly secure, because remember, we're dealing with some of the most endangered species in the world, and the hold on, I need to, what does it stand for? The Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species. They've got some very strict laws. They've implemented very strict laws, which I'm not going to complain about those. They're put in there for a purpose. Some of it's a little overboard, but that's just me. There might be good reasons that I'm just not seeing, so I'm not going to talk bad about that. But, they have a lot of laws about how to maintain and keep these animals. So if I choose to keep and maintain these animals, I have to put them under serious surveillance. And then we have laws that say I can't put things under surveillance. So basically here, businesses really can't even put a CCTV in their own stores to protect themselves from thieves. Because you're videoing the public, which poses a huge problem. But since I will have endangered species, I can, because it's one of the clauses that when you come into the store, I have to put everything up and says, look, I can't put up the whole store, just the animals themselves, which is fine, but it'll be a problem. But I know there's a way around it, and that's putting up a tarantula TV. So basically, the boutique is like, here's where my boutique is located. If you like to watch some of the tarantulas, or what if I have a centipede or mantis, any of these type of inverts, you can actually tune in to a live TV kind of thing. And that just show you the face of anybody who's coming up and sticking their hands in the enclosure that shouldn't be in there. And of course, then you can just backtrack and go to the police. Here you go. So like I said, there's a loophole, and that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to exploit that loophole like no other. But yeah, like I said, there's things where I have to be very careful when it comes to opening up your own boutique. But I think it'd be very nice. You can come in, like I said, you can have a cup of coffee, maybe have a sandwich. But then I'm getting into food laws, and so it would have to be separated, which would be fairly easy. But I don't know if I can because of the feeders that I would have to keep. If I don't think people want to be eating food when you just look across the way and they're in a plastic tub, there's cockroaches. I'm pretty sure they just no. But there is also a way around that. So what I'd probably end up having to do is go to a pet store with a good reputation, there's 2 of them here in where I live. And then I can go there and I can pick up the feeders in the morning, feed everybody for that day. And that way I don't have to store them in my own building. And that's pretty much how it's going to have to be. But other than that, there's probably things I have to think about, worry about. But yeah, it'd be huge. It's a huge undertaking. And like I said, it's one of my biggest dreams is to own an invert boutique. So you come in, you can actually have a cup of coffee or, warm cup of tea or a cappuccino or whatever you decide to drink. Maybe have a snack or 2. And then you can take a look at the animals around you. And if you like one, find out the price of that animal and then be like, oh, okay. So it's like, it's not like so much like a clothing boutique where you can walk in and pick out your clothes. This is more like you get to see the actual animals on display. Kind of like, like I said, the pet stores are kind of built that way in a sense, but they're also built where they're trying to push. And this environment, I don't want to be pushing the product. I want to be able to show people and have them buy out of curiosity. Where I can sell books and stuff on particular species and be like, hey, if do be on test, no thank you. That's just no, that's gross. But what I was thinking is more like books and stuff. Say you're interested in a Grandma Stole Pulchra, or a Vietnam Red, which is a centipede. You can actually pull that particular book off the shelf, grab a cup of coffee, and go read it. If you want to buy the book, you can. You have that opportunity. And then you can buy an animal. But of course, you have to be a paying customer to be able to read the books, which, is fair. I think it's fair. You can't just come in and read and then leave. You actually have to come in and actually buy something, and then you can read a book. And then, like I said, there's live TVs and stuff. So I think it'll be interesting. And I think it's a whole different take on, like I said, the pet stores where you walk in and you don't know anything about the animal, or you walk in and the place doesn't know anything about the animal. Here you actually get to see a lot, people do the feedings. You get to see people literally taking the animals, separating the babies, giving them their own little, sling pots, rearing pots, or maybe their own little enclosures, depending on, if they're getting rehoused. You get to see that. You get to see like I said, the feedings, and the actual care. It's maintenance day, so you got to take away half the substrate. So they get to firsthand see, not just like a video, but they get to ask their questions, and they can see firsthand how these animals are taken care of. And I think that's what will separate that business from anybody else. And like I said, I don't know. It's a huge dream.
Yeah. That's really unique.
If I do that, though, you're gonna have to come by. You're definitely have to come swing by and come see it.
Okay, yeah, I'll just hop on a plane to Sweden and come see it.
If I manage it. It'd be like, hey Jason, I love you. I gotta go.
Yeah, we got our private jet parked around back. I'll just hop on in.
Well, hey, you're the one that apologized for having $1 million vibe.
Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, like I said, that's just that's my future dream, and to make it happen, it starts with a podcast. And so my question to you: you're a fellow YouTuber. Well, actually, you know what? Before we get into another question, how about I play another song? Because I need to refill my drink, and then we'll get back into your next question.
Okay.
You up for that?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, next up, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to change things up a little bit. We've got Oak City by Sarah. Oh, and I lost my, there it is. So Oak City by Sarah. And welcome back, everybody. Sorry about that. I had to do some stuff, so I was like, I'll be right back. And everybody, thank you for coming. If you guys are new to the show, this is Exotics Radio Podcast, where we talk about just about anything and everything upon listeners' request. And we are talking about boutiques, pet shops, and of course with the occasional break with music. And I hope you guys are enjoying the podcast so far. If not, please tell me what I could do to improve. I'm new. So if you know, that's the beauty about having a new show is if I screw up in any way, shape, or form, if my sound is off, if the beats are off, the music is off, then it is up to you to tell me and I can fix it. That's how I'm going to improve my show, is through the ears of my listeners. And so please feel free to be honest and tell me what you think. And let's get back to it. So anyways, what's your big ambitions in life, my dear?
I don't have any ambitions of opening up a store or anything like that. Just having all of the tarantulas that I would love to have, and I just want to own a place someday, own a house, and that's really all I want. I want, I don't really have anything. I don't really have any big ambitions except to own a house and have all the tarantulas that I want on my list, and I will be a happy camper.
What tarantulas do you have on your list?
Well, I still have right now I still have the Nandu Tripepi, which I'm having a hard time getting a hold of. I can't find one of those.
I have 4 of them for sale. You should come over here.
Yeah.
You know I'm going to put that in.
Yeah.
And ladies and gentlemen, that's how you end up breaking a friendship.
Yeah. Let's see, what else do I have on my list at the moment? Because there are so many. There are so many, and you can't just think, oh, right after that I want this, because there's just so many. But right now, I'm just trying to get my hands on a Tripepi and a.
Now, what is your price range for a Tripepi?
About 35.
Okay, so are you looking for any particular size, or you're okay with just about any size and every size, as long as you can get a tripepe? Is that are you okay with that? Are you okay with slings? Are you looking for a particular size? What's going on?
A sling from a third instar to a sling. I don't want a full grown one because I enjoy watching them grow up. You know what I mean? So anywhere from a late instar to a sling. I'm not huge on getting the second and third instars, but I actually have some right now, and sometimes that's just the way people sell them, and you got to get them while you can. But definitely, I don't want an adult, and I don't want. I want to watch them grow as much as I can. So the younger that I can get them, the more I get to enjoy them.
Well, there's a okay, so this one might be a little out of your price range. But Fear Not Tarantulas has a sling Nando Tripepe, between a 3/4 inch to an inch for $45.
Yeah. Yeah, see, the thing is, because the shipping is going to be like $48, it's not worth it it's not worth it to me to pay more for shipping than the tarantula. So it would have to be, I would have to get in more tarantulas to make that order worth paying the $50.
Why don't you why don't you buy? Oh, these are for free. Okay, Nando Tripepe is 3/4 to an inch free for orders $175 and over. After discounts, does not include shipping. Okay. So you live pretty far from Fear Not then.
I think their brick and mortar store is about 4 hours away. So not too bad, but I'm not big on.
You don't want to drive 4 hours?
I can't drive 4 hours. I don't. I can't.
Hey Jason, you know what you have to do now. Where's Jason? We need to get Jason in on this.
He's playing his game. Nope. He's gonna be like, oh gosh, we're gonna have to
Bailey Bug Blog is on
this weekend, aren't we?
Hold on, Bailey Bug Blog. Hello, Bailey. How you doing?
Bailey.
Bailey needs to jump on the show and say hi. That's what Bailey needs to do.
Awesome. But yeah, they actually have a brick and mortar about 4 hours away. But and the show was supposed to be in March. It won't be until July now, the Repticon show. So I'm pretty bummed about that, but it's okay. I have, if I need to make another order, I will. But I was hoping to pick up the Tripepe at the Repticon show and see what else I could find.
But I was going to say, holy crap, you guys are expensive. 450 kroner for a Tripepe that's only 1 inch. That is phenomenally expensive. I'm not even going to talk about how much I got mine for. Because you really walk away. I'll be like, no, get back here.
Okay.
Bailey Bug's blog says, good, thanks. Still recovering. Ooh, ouch. That sucks. I'm sorry, sweetie. I will come on one of these shows, yes. Hey, Bailey, you're more than welcome to come on Friday because I need somebody to interview on Friday.
There you go.
But I think they're still recovering from the nasty C word. I refuse to say the C word because then once you say the C word, the magical unit called YouTube will come hailing down, and then they'll put warning labels all over my show, and it'll be like, no, that's not what that is. Talking about tarantulas.
I hope you recover well. I'm glad you were able to get your jab. That's just awesome. So good luck with that. I hope you recover well.
Yeah, me too. I hope everything works out with you.
Yeah.
And this is where I need a soundboard so I can give them a big round of applause. Be like, yay!
Yeah, yay! Woo!
There's your round of applause. Yay! Bailey Bug Blog says, Bailey says that's a distinct possibility. Yeah, let me just see if I'm better. I'll avoid that word. Yes, please avoid the word. They don't care if they type it in the chat. It's just me voicing it is a whole different story. And then if you notice, many of the commentators, if they even say the C word, one gentleman calls it my coronavirus. Was it my coronavirus? He calls it something. It's hilarious, and it rolls off his tongue way better than mine. It's just like, wait, what? Oh, I know what he's getting with. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're running a little bit longer than normal. Today, I'm experimenting with the sounds, with the music. Again, if it sounds okay to you, that's fine. But if it still has a whiny pitch, if it's less than excellent sound quality, tell me. My Sharona, yes, that's what he's calling it. It's hilarious. I love it. Let's see what else we're talking about. Well, since Bailey's here, maybe I can ask them a few questions, and they can just type out the answers. Tempted to buy some tarantula room setup again. Tarantula room setups again soon. Just waiting on molts though. Okay. Oh, what kind of setups are you going to make? No, that's the question I'm going to ask. What kind of setups are you thinking about making, Bailey? Because I've got to do a couple of setups myself. I had to do an emergency rehouse. My God, I can't believe that. If anybody owns the Sazamai, that one had me crying for nearly a half hour because it just would not move. I was so mad with it. And then he moves over on his own. I was like, are you kidding me?
And maybe that might be acrylic enclosures in the UK. Maybe it's tarantula. I'm not sure since it's in the UK, but it could be acrylic enclosures maybe.
Oh, see, I do glass enclosures. I just like the glass. It's much easier to clean with just water. Because if you guys don't know, most of you guys already do, because most everybody in here is an actual experienced keeper in one way, shape, or another. So they know that chemicals are very bad for tarantulas. So what I do is just take a paper towel and water. And so when you wipe off the poo off the glass, it doesn't. Acrylic tends to actually start scratching over time. Glass does not. Glass lasts longer. It's one of the reasons why glass is still more expensive than acrylic.
Yeah.
Chris makes polycarbonate, and not the Han Solo stuff enclosure. Well, I hope it's not the. I'm really hoping it's not the Han Solo. What do you call it? What was the bounty hunter called? Mandalorian. It's not. I'm hoping it's not the Mandalorian version, because then you're going to end up some issues. Your tarantula's not going to survive.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Then, yeah, it says clear enclosures. That's pretty awesome. Let me know what you think of them. I know they're not. It's an investment. They're not cheap, but nothing is inexpensive at the moment.
Now, my question is to you guys, Bailey. Bailey's in the UK, correct? You're a UK resident, if I remember correctly, Bailey.
Yeah,
I believe they are. So, Bailey, this question is not for you. This is for you, Spider Mom.
Oh.
How expensive is it when you go and shop for used aquariums?
Well, it would depend on the size and shape. Like if we're talking about just a used one that just needs to be cleaned up versus a used one that's cracked, maybe $1 a gallon. Just depending on the shape and everything for used. I can get a used 10-gallon for probably $10 or less.
100 kroner. So that's really nice. What about you, Bailey? Since you're in the UK, how cheap can you get an aquarium, a used aquarium? Because getting a used aquarium here in Sweden, it's like pulling teeth from an angry crocodile or alligator.
Oh, they practically throw them at you.
That sounds nice. That sounds actually pretty convenient, because here it's really hard. So I was wondering if it's the same for Bailey in the UK, because here in Sweden we have such high recycling laws, or harsh recycling laws. So getting an actual used aquarium is very hard because of the stuff that has to go into making an aquarium, like the epoxy. Since it's not medically, it's chemically treated. It has to go into a certain type of recycling. Bailey says Facebook Marketplace can be a good source for cheap. You can find Exoterra and Nano. They're very cheap. See, that's the thing. I need to buy more nanos, but I need to be like on the extreme. I mean, like the extreme cheap side. And everybody here pretty much knows the value of a nano. So finding a nano for less than 300 kroner is almost impossible. And I can buy a brand new one for 450 kroner. So it's like it's really hard to get one on the cheap.
Yeah.
Stefan says my current fish tank is secondhand, 50 liters. Oh, nice. They paid €15. Oh, I want one. Oh, can I move there? It's cheaper. But here's the problem. Here's the problem. Buying tarantulas is way cheaper here in Sweden than it is in the UK. So I don't know if I'll be making any sort of a difference.
Yeah.
Because the UK have most people that I've met have a pretty bad think pretty poorly of spiderworld.eu. Because I live north of Poland, I have nothing but good things to say about them because the shipment time is much different than it would be getting it in the UK. But the problem is you guys get because of our border laws, you guys can get a guaranteed live shipment for a very expensive cost from spiderworld.eu. I do not have that luxury. I have to go through snail mail because of my border laws will not allow them to cross. So it's just like, really, just one thing after another, I guess. But spiderworld.eu has very, very cheap tarantulas. And I mean cheap tarantulas. For a good example, actually, we'll go into nandus. We all know what a nandu truppe in the US pretty much averages out about 450 kroner, which is about $45 or 45 euro. Spiderworld.eu. Funny how I have that on my. So we're gonna go with just tarantulas. We're gonna go down to nandu truppe. Tarantulas. In. Oh, I passed it. In. Nandu. Yes, $5 for a 2 centimeter tarantula. So €5 versus 45.
Yeah.
It's like, okay. So that's why I buy I haven't bought anything from Spiderworld actually. Well, no, I take that back. I think I've bought 3 tarantulas, but the rest of my tarantulas have come from great fans from Podbean. Unfortunately, a lot of them live in foreign countries, and finding my channel on YouTube in foreign countries can be a little difficult. So they're like, when are you going to come back to Podbean? I'm like, never. Okay, so we go back. We need to rely on UK breeders uniquely, in my opinion, soon. Oh, that's because of the breakaway from the rest of the EU. Which is something we haven't done. Yes, I believe that's going to be it. I have a €10 mystery box. Oh, nice. Of good value. I've had a €10 mystery boxes of good value. Where did you get it, Bailey? Did you get it from Spiderworld, or did you get it from Spiderworld.eu, or did you get it from B word? We done goofed there. Well, it happens. It happens. Yeah. Mystery box. I not. Here's the thing with me. I'm not against mystery boxes. I think mystery boxes are fun for experienced keepers. Portsmouth teas. Yeah. See. Portsmouth. I think there's the spider shop. I refuse to buy from the spider shop. They have a very bad rep here in Sweden because of their customer service. For example, when I asked, it's like, do you also ship animals to Sweden? I got basically reference to our policy, not yes or no, not thank you for contacting us. This is this. They basically just straight sent me to their reference to their policies. It's like, wait, what? And I've heard of instances where they just don't like to ship this far out, which, understandable. I just wish they were a little bit nicer about it. And then there's Portsmouth. A friend of mine was going to buy a 5,000 euro. Basically give them 5,000 euro, or was it? No, it was 500 euro, 5,000 kroner, and have them ship out. They never got back to the person at all, so he's like, I'll just keep my money, and he spent it on Spiderworld at Spiderworld. So Spiderworld so far has been a blessing to us for the most part. So that's where we're getting with that. We are coming up our 2 hour and 20-minute segment. We're going to go for a 2 hour and 30-minute segment. So we've got a couple more songs. Oh, of course, I have to. Refresh the list. I am a dork. Let's see. Nope. Don't think so. Nope. Oh my gosh. Eventually we'll have something.
You want to start singing? I can sing.
No, thank you.
Wow, you don't think I have a beautiful voice? Come on, that's not nice. Okay.
I don't think I know. But would you rather me be honest about it?
Y'all see how she treats me, right?
Hey, you laughed at me when my feet were on fire and my toes were swollen because of urticating hairs. You had a blast at my expense, and then you couldn't stop laughing when my Columbus, which is a P-Sesami, buckled down and would not move during the rehousing. So don't give me that crap.
Oh, goodness.
Scott says the Wi-Fi was bad. Okay, so Bailey says SML Andy Amos. I'm not sure what SML means. I'm very old. But Bailey Bugs Blog says TSS can be abrupt and stressy periods. However, if you get a time chat, they are very personable. Get time to chat, then they're very personable. And that's the thing when you're dealing with a out of the country. You have to only go through their email, and it's very short and very, very nasty. So many legs. Oh, okay. Also SML, which is so many legs, Andy's or Ormez. I've never heard about Andy, so definitely have to check that out. Scott says that they're back from the Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi has booted them, so they were battling the Wi-Fi monster, and I'm trying to come up with actually a good music list. Unfortunately, we've played most of these, so we're gonna go here. We're going to go here. And then we're going to go.
I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all heard me offer to clean, but she wasn't going to have it. So we're just going to go listen to something that she picked up. So.
Oh, yeah. I hope this works. I hope this is actually a good song. I generally have a good list already put up. And again, I think I'm. So the song is. And Then I Meet You by Matt Large. Welcome back, everybody. I see some people have jumped in, so it's good to see you guys. If you guys want a proper shout out, just leave a comment in the chat and I will personally give you a nice shout out. And with Spider Mom here, you are listening to Exotics Radio Podcast. If you don't know what we do here, we talk about anything and everything under the sun. Today we're talking about exotics, pet stores, exotic animal keeping, where to get your animals, just a general all in all relaxed chat. If there's something you guys want to talk about, feel free. Also, leave some suggestions. This is kind of a play it by ear because it is Comfy Pants Wednesday. So the worst thing that you have to do is just wear your pants. The most comfortable pants that you can find. They may be the ugliest things. Now, that's a question. I have a question. This is a mystery. The most ugliest pants are the most comfortable. Somebody want to tell me why?
I don't know why that is, but it's true, isn't it? The most comfortable ones are the most gaudy, just out there.
Oh, Bailey Bugfox says, years ago we had a good show on radio. My friend and I would just get in the car and drive for early in the hours and talk about life, etc. Well, that's kind of what I want to bring on Comfy Pants Wednesday, is where people can sit back, relax with a cup of coffee, a cup of hot cocoa, maybe a little bit of an adult beverage, depending on whatever they want. And we talk about anything and everything under the sun, usually about exotic pet keeping, because that's what the show is about. Now, Friday is Have a Drink With Me Friday. It's where we come and have an interview mixed with music. So it's kind of like Have a Drink With Me Friday, but this is just random. I see people like the jazz. Maybe I should start playing more jazz with beats. If you guys want more jazz with beats, we can definitely do that. We'll take moods and genres for request here, as long as it doesn't have lyrics, because lyrics can actually be construed as copyrighted. Even though that I have permission to play the songs, I just want to make sure. I just really want to make sure there's no strikes, especially when you're a new starting out channel. You're easy pickings, to be honest. So it's only an hour and a half away from Lake District, a World Heritage Site, for example. Okay, so that's where you would drive to. That sounds really nice. So should we play another song, and so I can run down, and because I could hear the coffee pot getting done.
Wow.
I ran away to go to start the coffee pot. Normally our show only lasts for an hour and a half. I'm toying with the settings and hopefully getting a good quality sound. And so this is kind of like a test run. That's why we're just talking about exotic critters, keepings, all that kind of on the fly, and try to get that radio vibe going. Most people see my podcast and then they want to play videos and stuff like that. And it's like, no, that's not what we're here for. We're here to talk like you would a radio show without the commercials. Right. The songs are the commercials, exactly. Which makes I think that's a win-win here. Bailey, you have any suggestions, anything you want to talk about? If not, I'm going to play another song and make a run for my coffee because it's empty. My coffee cup is broken. There's a hole in the top, and now there's no coffee.
Oh my gosh, we cannot have that.
No, it's sin. I think I heard Satan, calling my name, going, you realize this is deadly. Go fill up your cup. It's a deadly sin.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, so I'm looking up some jazz here. Let's see. We're gonna go back to genres. We're gonna go to jazz. Yeah, we got quite a bit. We've got traditional jazz. We've got electric jazz. We've got smooth jazz with beats. I think we're gonna stick with the smooth jazz with beats this evening. Kind of chill out. Probably go for another hour. And then we'll call it quits once I get the settings down, because again, I want to make sure the quality of the music is good. Essentially, what got you into the hobby, I know is a common cue, but I find it interesting. Oh, a common question, but I find it interesting to have your own reasons, etc. Actually, that's a good question. How about we talk about that after the song? Because I really want a cup of coffee. I'm such a coffee fiend. I'm horrible. Are you ready? Are you ready for the next song? Because next song is about...
Go get your coffee, woman. Go get your coffee.
All right. We've got Crate the Concerto by Dusty Dex. It is smooth jazz beats. And we are back. I wasn't finished eating my peanuts. That's totally rude if I was eating. But I couldn't help myself. I'm hungry. I skipped food.
You better now? You got your coffee?
Oh, you have no idea. You have no idea. Oh. I'm not religious, but I do believe coffee was a gift from the gods. Oh, we got some cinnamon coffee. I've got chocolate roasted coffee. So not like on an espresso. Nice hint of smell of chocolate with a taste of coffee with a little bit of sweet cream.
I'm not having it right now, but the other day I got some coconut coffee. I'm going to try out next. I love coconut, so I'm going to try that.
I've never even heard of that one. I like how we went from Coffee Pants Wednesday talking exotics, and now we're just talking about coffee. I guarantee you, as soon as we start talking about coffee, this show will probably blown up. Coffee and jazz. That's a segment we should do.
Yeah.
Maybe have like once a month a Coffee Pants Wednesday coffee with jazz or something, or chill beats, with hot chocolate or something, chocolate with chill beats or something like that. Just a food or a drink item with whatever type of music. I think that might actually work. What do you think, Bailey? You think that'll work? I know Bailey is not the only one in here, but Bailey is the only one talking. So if you'd like a shout out, please leave a name and number. No, I'm joking. Just say hello. I will call you. Like I said, half the jokes sound funny in my head, and then I say them, and I just sound like a complete creeper.
Okay, Bailey's back. Bailey got a refill too, so everybody should be set now.
Awesome. So what do you think, Bailey? You think I should do a segment with just coffee talk? Coffee talk with Coffee Pants, exotic style. Let's talk about our favorite subjects. When we drink coffee, listen to some jazz and stuff. Oh my goodness. I'm having a good time. I hope you guys are having a good time. I am changing some of the settings, so I hope the music is starting to sound better and better and better. If it is not, please tell me if it sounds a little warped or misplaced. You have to tell me, because I can't hear it on my end. I hear it through you guys. You guys are ultimately my first and last line of defense when it comes to trying to get the excellent quality that I'm actually looking for. Mainly because I've never really worked with a soundboard before, not quite like this one. And honestly, I like it. The company has paid for the pro version. So I'm right now, because I don't have permission to use the pro version, but I have permission to use the free version. I'm trying to make sure it's all good, kind of thing. Bailey's got chocolate orange coffee. Chocolate orange coffee? That does not sound good. Orange and coffee does not sound good at all. Yeah, Spider Mom says it sounds interesting. Not my palate. My palate's going, oh. But chocolate sounds good. Chocolate coffee with sweet almond cream. That's pretty much what I'm drinking right now. It's a sweet cream. A heavy, maybe it's heavy whipping cream because there's no sugar added to the cream, but it's just heavy. And then you whip it up in the bottom of your cup. Scott Inverts. Oh, Yorkshire tea guy. Scott, feel free to come join us if you'd like. It is we've changed the subject a little bit. There you go. In case if you'd like to join us. He is our Yorkshire tea guy, gentlemen. He's also one of the more famous YouTubers. Go check him out. If you don't know who Scott is, go check out his work. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, give him a nice subscribe, and tell him I sent you. But also you have Spider Mom, 1978, who's also a YouTuber. Go check out her and Bailey Bug's blog. Go check them all out, actually. We also have Scott from Animal Adventures. Go check out his YouTube channel again. And Stefan. I think I'm trying to get everybody a shout out. Again, if you want a shout out, please leave a comment in the chat and say hi or even a ... We're not picky here. We are playing jazz, talking about coffee, and with a little bit of an exotic keeping talk in between. I think the exotic keeping is more of our commercial, while everything else is our main subject now. We are running later than normal because I want to get really great quality for you guys, considering I'm running a slightly different program than I was running before. Spider Mom, have you ever said, get me a... okay, I think I could say that word. Give me a damn coffee and a bagel over here. Have you ever said that?
No, that's gotta be a northern thing. We're in the south. I mean, people have bagels here, but that's real big up north.
Yeah, if I ever said that in this house, I'd totally get smacked or have it thrown at me. It's dangerous to order people around here in this place. Scott, like I said, I sent you a link. If you feel free to join us on a quick chat, again, promote yourself. That's one thing. I would love you guys so much that you guys can just promote yourselves as much as you want on my show. Just as long as you don't abuse it. I don't want to see every other comment. we might have issues then.
No, it's not like that. I prefer to go get it myself, but if I wanted him to bad enough, he would probably do that. But I wouldn't snap my fingers at him. No. Never.
I tried snapping my fingers once. I came back with a broken arm. No lie. He didn't. Let's put it this way. It wasn't my brother. It was my sister. And she didn't mean to do it. But I snapped my fingers at her, and she smacked my hand like, what the hell? And the thing is, she had I don't know if you softballs is like popular over there, but she had a softball, one of her catching mitts in her hand, and she snapped it, and two of my fingers just broke. She felt bad afterwards. I learned my lesson. Don't snap at my sister. Oh, good times.
Oh, Bailey, you got it now. Now we're talking. I don't drink, but yeah, moonshine's being here. We actually have some moonshine in the freezer. But get me the hooch, darling. That's Southern.
Oh, no, I hope everything's okay. You take care of the missus. Missus comes first. Family always comes first. First and foremost is family. I would never blame you for disappearing. I would never blame you for... Don't ever apologize. Don't ever apologize for that.
Yeah.
If you gotta go, you gotta go.
I know Tara's having some pain. She's got some tooth pain going on, so...
Oh, ouch.
Yeah.
Mm-mm. Get that taken care of. Oh, unless they're on public care, then that's a pain in the ass. So here in Sweden, unless it's an emergency, you have to wait at least 2 or 3 weeks. Well, to be looked at. That just sucks. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry to hear that, Scott. Give her my well wishes, please. I say a lot. I need to stop doing that. That is a very bad habit of mine. I always
I'm bad about that.
I do a recording. When I do a recording, I'm just like, I'm like, that's gone.
Yeah, I say that a lot. If you listen to my videos, I'm bad about because I'll just run out of stuff to say and I'll be like, it's not
Yes,
very
and the
becoming.
more you do it, and the more you're conscious about it, the more you do it.
Yeah.
It's horrible. Oh, so we're talking about coffee. I know now we're getting into my second favorite subject. First, tarantulas, then coffee, and then good-looking men. Those are my three. Again, it sounds like a creep. I sound like a total creeper, but I'm not. It just I'm supposed to be joking, and it's like coming off completely wrong, and I apologize.
You know what though? You never answered Bailey. What got you into the hobby?
Oh yeah. That's what we were going to talk about. I apologize. I got sidetracked. What got me into the hobby? Well, first of all, I studied really when I was young. I was trying to get into a sort of a zoology type of degree. And I really loved at the time. I didn't really like tarantulas at the time. I loved my insects. I loved my ants, and I loved my bees. Bees are the most was one of my most favorite. And then I had an excellent professor who was revealing the joys of tarantulas and other spiders. And he was studying, at the time, he was working on getting specialized in arachnology. And so I was like, oh, this is fun. So I started up into the hobby. And then at the time, I was also taking entomology. So it was like a hand in hand. So my very first tarantula, I was looking for a tarantula that I could keep that was within my price range. But then it was all old worlds. If you notice, new worlds are always more expensive than the old worlds. Mainly because the new worlds, for one, are a little bit more friendlier, slower to handle, easier to care for. So, and you always hear, never take an old world as your first tarantula. So I was scratching my head, and then I realized my neighbor down the street had tarantulas. So they were keepers. They were a huge keeper themselves. So I went down there and I asked them, I was like, hey, what tarantula can I have? And I was explaining the whole price range. And they go, well, that sucks. Well, that went on for about 3 months, I think. 3.5. I've slept since then, so please don't quote me on exact time frames. And then suddenly they're like, hey, I got to get rid of my collection because they were moving somebody in that they couldn't stand them. Hello, Tony Webb. Welcome to the Exotics Radio Podcast. You just missed some music. You just missed the coffee talk. And now we're talking about the how we got into the hobby. So anyways, they getting rid of their collection, and they're like, look, I'll show you how to take care of an old world. It's super easy. I'll show you how to take care of a spicy old world, because she's got a lot of attitude. Now, mind you, when she was taken into custody, old worlds that were wildly caught was very common in the hobby, especially amongst the Pokeatherias. And that's exactly what she was. She was a wild caught. And so, when I hear people get wild caught now, I have issues with it. But back then, if you've got a tarantula that's 20-something years old and they've been wild caught, I'm not going to judge you for it, because back at that time, it wasn't so looked down on. I mean, that was pretty much how you got tarantulas, was either a breeder who was breeding them as much as they can and selling them as fast as they can, or you got them from a pet shop that got them from a wild caught place. So you like I said, it depends on the time frame. And at the time, I was 18, so almost 22 years ago. So, and she was already up in her teens. So you're thinking further back than that. And so, anyways, so we set up her enclosure right there and then. I loved her to death. She was gorgeous. And she was one of the very few old worlds that I got to actually see out in the open. So I immediately fell in love with them. And I realized why they were called a spicy attitude. She was very territorial with her enclosure. And it's not something I normally see amongst Pokeatherias that are captive bred. I know it sounds bad, or strange, but that's pretty much how it. I think the ability to own something tends to be not forgotten, because there's you'll still find them, but not as many. And she was very, very territorial. But feeding her was actually a real dream, because she liked to hang out around the roof of her cork bark tube. So you just basically drop it in part of the webbing. It would get caught, and if she didn't come out to take the animal, that was easy. Just take it and kind of pull it off the webbing and then put it back, and then you realize she was going into a molt, or she was going into one of her stints where she didn't want to eat anything. So that's pretty much how I got started. Was yes, my very first tarantula was an old world, but I had my neighbor coming over roughly every 3 days in the beginning, and then it came down to every time we fed her. And they should, with the internship with the zoo, I was learning how to take care of these animals. And on top of that, the studies that I was doing in the university. So basically, that's how I got into the hobby, and why I fell in love with my pokies. After that, it grew like wildfire, because once I treat it like chips or cookies. Once you've had one, you can't stop, and you end up with one, and now you've got many. So what about you, Spider Mom? How'd you get started?
How did I get started? Well, like, I was a tomboy growing up. I've always liked bugs and critters that most people don't, outside playing with lizards and crickets and spiders. I don't know, I've just always had I've always had some kind of connection or drawn to spiders for whatever reason. And then I got my first one. I mean, there's no reason. I just started. It just evolved from having one for several years, and then I found YouTube, and I got 5. Had those for several years, and then the more you watch, the more you learn about all the different spiders that you can have, and you just slowly evolve into what I have now. Is 42 now. I don't know, nothing super exciting. It's just I love spiders. I mean,
Nice.
Yeah, you're welcome for that in-depth look into my soul.
You're absolute, this is how it happened, full detail, 5 lines. Oh, yeah. Collecting tarantulas is addictive, and so that brings on to how many should you have, and I think that's just up to you on your space and what you're getting. I mean, if you're a collector of dwarf species, for example, you're going to have a lot more room than you would for a T. blondie, streamy, or even a Lasadora. So I think that's completely up to the person. Okay. You know how I like to get distracted. I glance down and I see 2 addictives, and I see stuff on tattoos of spiders, and I'm like, okay, I missed something in the conversation. So I'm like, keep going up and up and up. Okay, Tony Webb says keeping spiders is like tattoos. It's addicting. I would have to agree. I have 2 tattoos. I have to agree with that. Quality is dependent on how much live food you can afford to buy or produce, I think. That too. But if you're in a place like mine where, it's very, 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 very cheap to feed them, that's not generally the problem. The problem is people who get overly obsessive. It's not really. It is an obsession at a certain point, and they tend to go a lot at once, and then it's like, okay, you have a bunch of slings. Where are you going to put the sub-adults and the adults now? You realize they're going to grow within 3 years. Oh, that's 3 years later. No, 3 years goes fast. Bailey's Bug Blog says, grew up down in quiet country lanes, so is around a lot of wildlife in a pond. could find the smallest raft spiders and I cannot pronounce the first one. The water stick insect. It's a ranatra water. I don't have my glasses on, so forgive me if I mess up. Scott's Animal Adventure says they're loving this podcast. Yes, I appreciate it. Everybody that has come in, I really, really appreciate it. I cannot express how thankful I am for you guys being here. I am extremely thankful for Spider Mom for taking the time out of her day to be on the show. And I'm very, very happy to see people enjoying the show. It really warms my heart, and it really makes me strive to do better. Scott Invert says, inverts are my recovery cure. Absolutely. I can't relate to Scott's issues, but I can relate to having something to lean on. I have 3 cats, and they keep my routine up and running. If it wasn't for them, I'd still be in bed. I would have never got tarantulas ever again. Now that I have my tarantulas, it's more than that. Because most people don't realize I do suffer from depression, and sometimes it hits really hard. And I am seeking professional help for it, and it's just one step at a time, and it can get a bit much sometimes. And I would have never talked about it. If you asked me a year ago when I first started the podcast, I would have never talked about it. But now here I am. I'm talking about it. And I have my tarantulas and my cats to thank for that, because they gave me the routine that I need. They gave taking care of my tarantulas is very calming. Even though occasionally I have to fight with one that does not want to get rehoused, and I spend almost a half hour trying to get it to move. Welcome to owning tarantulas. Scott is going to be right back. They're going to do a quick share. Bailey Bugblog says, so those species that are more curious stuff got me into exotics. Also, my dad had an indoor market stall that imported all sorts from all over. Oh, that's so nice. Somebody got a little spoiled. Somebody was lucky in life. I'll trade you, Bailey. They had geckos, katydids, giant water bugs in the water crests, etc. Nice, very, very nice. Tony Webb says mental health goes hand in hand with the invert exotic hobby. I think yes, I think it is, because again, it offers stability and it offers routine, and not to mention it's very appeasing, very aesthetically nice to look at. And what I mean by appeasing is you're not just stuck taking care of an animal. I just had mine chase a stream of water around their enclosure. So yeah, I mean, like I said, it goes hand in hand, but I think it helps you break away. For me to take care of my tarantulas, I can leave the world outside my door and just focus on them, and no issues. Same with my cats. When it comes to my cats, I can just focus on them and leave the world outside and be happy with that, especially when I feel myself slipping down the darker path. I mean, it really helps bring you back. Scott Invert says, Defo, Tony. Spider-Mom 1978, I have a panic anxiety disorder, and your tarantulas help you out. Yes, exactly. So, I mean, it's very nice to have them. I think they're one of the world's best blessings. But right now, I'm going to sip on my coffee, and we're going to play some jazz. Are you guys ready for some jazz? Are you ready for jazz, Spider-Mom?
Yes, I'm ready.
Wow, enthusiastic are we? Stop Wasting My Time by Matt Large. I hope you guys enjoy this song. And welcome back, everybody. Thank you for being here. I see our audience has grown. I see people sharing. If you like, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button. It feeds the algorithm. I appreciate it. But also, thank you all for being here. You guys are incredible. I really have to say thank you so much. You guys mean a lot to me. It is Comfy Pants Wednesday, so you know what we're doing. We're wearing the most comfortable pants, maybe be the ugliest, but we're all here together in the most comfortable clothing that we can muster. I'm drinking coffee. I see some people drinking tea. Certain persons drinking Yorkshire tea. Bailey, my coffee buddy. Bailey and Spider Mom is now my coffee fiends. We're coffee fiends together for life. Scott Animal Adventure says we're all here for you, Cracks. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. You guys are great. I have to go back. Sorry. Bailey. Okay. I'm horrible with technology. Okay, so Bailey says minor issues relating to it all, but nothing restrictive. Because they went through a lot. Holy crap! Bailey, you have to be here on Friday for your interview, and you can elaborate more on your situation because I'm very, very curious. I know now you've perked everybody's curiosity. We just have to know where you get your strength. And I'm very happy that you're here with us. It's truly a blessing to have you here. And Scott, I have to say, you spoke about your dark past before, and my God, you're a lucky, lucky man. So I'm very happy also to have you here. Both things that they've gone through is really not easy. And on that note, I'm going to have another coffee because it's coffee. Do you guys put anything in your coffee or tea? That's my next question. What do you guys put in your coffee and tea?
Me, I am stevia only. No creamer, just stevia. I don't use sugar. So that's just me. That's coffee and tea.
Yeah. For me, it's no sugar, but I have the sweetened heavy whipping cream on the bottom, whipped up to a slight froth. Then you pour in hot black coffee that's been made from roasted beans with the chocolate flavor. And then you add a little bit of almond nut extract. Oh, it's so good. So good.
Oh, Bailey's birthday is on Friday as well.
Really? I'll have to set up an entire playlist just for Bailey because it's their birthday, and it'll be an incredible treat to have them.
And if you like, because I like you so much, Bailey, I will sing happy birthday to you if you like. Yeah. And somebody doesn't like my singing voice. I won't say who.
Oh, it's me. I'll totally admit it. You know what I did to my sister? She was singing a song, and I was like, "Hey, who sings the song?" She told me. I was like, "Can we keep it that way?" Needless to say, I don't know how I lived through my childhood. Yeah, but I had siblings, and we were brutal to each other. Oh gosh, we were so brutal to each other. Yeah. The only thing that was off limits is we didn't torment Mom. Mom was off limits. She would beat her ass. It was like, nope. So yeah, we just left her alone. Long way around, cheeky. So they turned 54. Bailey, do you turn 54? If that's so, then I don't feel like such the old lady anymore, because for the longest time, I'm the oldest one here. Tony says, Scott, I have a voice that's gravely and sounds like it's been dropped into a deep well. Oh, Tony, I have to have you on the show now. Tony, if you would like, I can send you a link. You have to come onto the show. I want to hear it. Friday will be amazing. I know Bailey's personally such an interesting man with some crazy invert stories. You'll see that's a perfect have a drink with me Friday. So Bailey, if you're feeling better, because mind you, Bailey is recovering. So if Bailey is feeling better, hopefully they'll be on for Friday's Have a Drink with Me Friday. It happens at 8 o'clock in the UK because you guys are an hour behind me. So between 8 and 8:30. So yes, Scott says ladies will love that voice, Tony. Scott Annals Adventures. Hello, in style of gospel. No, we'll keep the gospel outside.
She won't let me, Scott. You're just gonna have to let me sing. However, she won't let me.
No, nope, no singing. Let's see. Oh yeah, and then no birthday songs either. Unfortunately, the verbal lyrics are. I think they are still copyrighted, so I'm not allowed to actually have them on, unless I can find an artist off Epidemic Sound.
Well, I can change words around.
Nope. I'm about to get beat.
No, y'all see how she treats
I treat you like family,
and I'm her friend. And wow,
friend of my ass. You know what you did. You were guilty of laughing at me. I'm like in tears because my feet hurt so bad. And you're just laughing so hard. And she goes, the thing is, you were saying, I understand. And I understand. I'm like, are you kidding me? You're laughing. You're having a good time at my expense. Yep. You didn't even hide it.
Oh, goodness.
So you wonder why I'm giving you such a hard time today.
I don't know.
Scott says he apologizes to Scott for not seeing him in the comments earlier. Tony Webb says, Bailey, I've done one on bull snakes and on scallopin. Oh, Dihani. See, I always have a hard time with this one. It's Scolopendra Dihani. I always have a hard name with that one. It's a giant Vietnamese centipede. Basically you can. Is that the? No, it's not. I was bit by the giant red. Mine wasn't the Vietnamese, it was the Chinese. The subspinous. Basically, it's a common one throughout Asia, so this is the one I was bit by. And let me tell you, that was not a fun situation. No. See, Tony and I are in the same boat there. That one took a chunk out of me. A small chunk, but still took a chunk. And God, it hurt for days on end. She can't even talk, but she won't let me. She can't even talk, but she won't let me sing. Somebody's going to die tonight. Between you and my Elasadora, who it sounds like a creature from a horror movie scratching the inside of a wooden wall. I kid you not, tonight's one of those nights, I guess. Had an S as sinuculata. Oh, wow. That's actually pretty nice. How big did it get, Bailey? That's my next question. Okay, so while they talk about centipedes, can we talk about coffee?
Wow.
I'm such a coffee addict. I love my coffee. It's got Animal Adventure goes to Hani with a question mark. They're having an interesting conversation. I feel like I'm not a part of it. I want to be a part of it too.
No, you can't.
You hear that? Even Spider Mom has put her foot down. No, I can't. I can't join the conversation. I see how this is. We're gonna have some issues.
It's only your podcast. Why should you be on the conversation?
Oh my goodness. This is what happens when a podcast runs well over what it's supposed to. Nice small species is the Scolopendra cingulata. Tony, I've got a question. Is it true that their potency is pretty high? Because the one I got bit by, yeah, it bled a lot. It swelled up like no other, and it felt like I was having hot pieces of metal run through my underneath my skin. But my question is it just as bad as some of the bigger ones, or is it because I always hear the smaller species aren't as bad, which is I don't think is true. On holiday, I always go on adventure, cracks. See, that sounds nice. I want to go on adventure too. I'm so jealous. Mac and cheese. Nice. Tony says that the honey and the soda streams pack a punch. Yes, they do. I know. I've got them. And if you let them actually latch on and you jerk away, they actually can take flesh with them, which is really surprising. I did not think they could do it. I've got a small scar where they did. So my question is, does the cingulata have the same punch as the subspinapis, please? Oh, I'm so horrible with their names. Went on a lad's holiday in Magolf. I ended up heading out and looking for creatures found. Oh, Bailey, if you ever get a chance, go to Yemen. Because of the you know which tarantula is found off the island near Yemen or Yemen. I have to think of which island that is. If you get bit by one of the South American giants, like the giant layer, it by itself is painful because of the size. Its venom isn't as potent. Mine was because of the venom, and the bite wasn't very basic. It was Bailey. Hey, Tony. Bailey is wanting to know if there's any sort of arboreal centipede. I believe there is. What are you playing, my dear? I hear it.
Oh, that's my thought. It goes up.
6-inch Tahani or something. That's a huge animal. Scott, currently adjusting to my hygrostat now. The fan's kicking hygrostat. The fans are keeping on. It catches me off guard. Nice. The baths near Yemen? I think so. Let me go check the island's name real quick because there is only one tarantula down there that it comes from. What was it? They're pretty common too. It's actually Socotra. island. Because there's only one tarantula that really comes from that area. So they're really, they're quite popular. So if you can guess the name without Googling it.
I know what it is.
You know what it is?
The Madison Trophy Stop 4 is the cultural and blue baboon.
I only heard was mumbling.
The Madison Trophy Stop 4 is the cultural and blue baboon.
Yep, it's the Belfory. Belfory from Yemen. That's just an easy way of putting it. But yeah, if you ever get down there, you can actually go see the Belfory in the wild. It's just really pretty. It's really nice. At least I've seen the pictures. Socotra. Yeah. Mono Belfory. Yep, it's the Belfory. But yeah, if you go down there, you can actually see the web homes that they've made in the wild. It's really pretty. For some strange reason, I've never really seen it built the way I've seen it in the wild. In the enclosures, I think in the enclosures we try too hard to get them to shape something and build these beautiful web castles. But in the wild, they're not as big because that causes attention from predators. But they're still nice and intricate. The one everybody goes mad with, the communals. Yep. What they don't understand is the setup is completely different. You're going to have to have structure, and you are going to have deaths once they realize. But if you can get a female that lays an egg sac, your communal will be very, very, very. How do you say? Functional. That's a good way to put it. It'll be highly functional. You won't have as many deaths as you think. Oh, we go! Tony. Please tell me you took pictures, and please tell me you have an Instagram, because I want to see that. Where is the H. pulchripes found? The pulchripes. Isn't that Thailand? Isn't that a Thailand black? I believe that's a Thailand black. We were talking about that earlier today. Looking to pair. Eurus and Tony, what do you think? Hunting for the home. I have to see H. pulchripes. No. We're thinking of two different things. The H. pulchripes is the golden lake baboon. It's from Africa. Which one was I thinking of? Pulchra, I think is what I was thinking of. Yeah, it's the pulchra I'm thinking of. Nope. Oh, it wasn't that one. That is it's Thailand black. I know I'm not that way off. Longipes. I was thinking of the Haplophoma longipes for some strange reason. Golden leg, I think, cracks. Yeah, it was a golden leg. H. pulchripes is the golden leg. Venomous Visions. Oh, I'm definitely gonna have to check that out. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know who Tony Webb is, go check out his Instagram on Venomous Visions. Oh, it's Venomous Visions 1. Sorry. I think Tony Webb is another guest I need to have on a little bit later. So Bailey this Friday. Tony, this next coming Friday, are you going to be busy? Can I have you both? I need to line up some interviews for Have a Drink with Me Friday. If you guys don't know what Have a Drink with Me Friday is, it's a place where we have a drink, usually adult beverage or adult in nature. And then we have a drink, we listen to music like we are now, and we talk about invert care or exotic pet care. It could even be everything from the fuzzies, the four-legged fuzzies, to the no-legged, smooth, scaled. It depends. It really depends on whoever decides to come up on the show. So hopefully Bailey will be in recovery and be here on Friday, including for their birthday, which would be really nice. And then hopefully Tony, can I convince you to come in on not this Friday, but the next coming Friday? Please, Tony, please, 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 please. Okay. I'll have to check my 85 kilo packs. You know what's sad is I know what that is.
I did too, and I actually missed those. Those were pretty cool. I gotta admit.
What was the rotary with the cards? We just call them rotaries. Yeah, rotary card. Yeah. Oh, a Rolodex. There you go. You need to go check out. He needs to check his Rolodex. My question, I listened to a comedian not too long ago, and he was talking about, now people don't understand like how we had to do things back in the day. We had to memorize phone numbers.
Yes, we did.
Anybody here still remembers their childhood phone number?
Oh my god.
Sad part is I do. The sad part because our mom drilled it into us every day when we were going to school. The first grade time era. So in case we got lost or needed to get a hold of her, we knew her number and we knew her work number. So we knew the house and the work. Because somebody will, anybody, any adult back then could contact. So as long as you knew the phone number. So still to this day, I can remember both those numbers. It's so bad. And the comedian also said, brace yourself. And he come from a time when phones were on the wall. I remember when phones came in rotary. Anybody remember the phone on the wall? Does anybody? And then you break a leg trying to run across the room to try and figure out who's calling, so you didn't miss a phone call.
Or if you wanted some privacy, you had to pull the cord, stretch it as far as you could around that kitchen corner so that everybody in the living room wouldn't hear your conversation.
Yes, I remember that so bad.
Yeah. I'm watching TV, but my friend's calling and I don't want everybody to hear, so I've got to pull this cord, this curly cord, as long as it'll go.
And then you would clothesline whoever's walking by.
Yeah.
And if they were just the right height, they'd get it right in the face.
Yeah.
I remember those. I miss those days. I also miss when cartoons were actually cartoons and actually funny.
Yeah.
We always wanted to sleep in Monday through Friday, but come Saturday morning, we were up before dawn without even question. We didn't even need the alarm clock.
Oh, thank you, Scott. I'm young at heart. Yeah, those were fun days. Oh
yeah. Mobile phone had massive battery packs, like a briefcase.
Yeah.
Do you remember? I don't know if you remember when the first Nokias came out, and they were virtually impossible to break.
Mm-hmm.
They're so good; they're still being used now in a lot of construction sites because you could drop them a million times, they would not break. But speaking of that, a coworker of mine bought his but basically his old Nokia. Had basically recharged it, had the technician work on it, so it actually kept its charge now, and then gave it to his son. His son threw a fit, and 90% of us were like, "What in the world are you doing? you can drop those things. And he goes, you can't drop it. If I drop it from here, it'll break. And I'm like, go for it. He goes, this is the first time when you have like 8 adults tell you can drop a phone from the 4th story of a scaffolding. And so he didn't break. And I was like, yeah, you can't do that with an iPod or an the iPhone.
Right.
And he was like, oh my God. He goes, why do they not make these anymore? I was like, they still do. Are you dumb? Dating with a home phone. Yes, I remember that. So you would like run for the phone so you didn't miss any phone calls. And then when the answer machines finally came out and you could have the phone call, the caller ID with your answer machine, that was great. Oh, I miss days like that.
Yeah. I remember those days.
Scott says, you can't be much past than 28 yourself. Oh, I am much older than that, my dear. Bailey's bug blog. Bailey says, Nokia 3310. Yes, thank you. Virtually. The 3310. The 3310 was their first phone number. Holy crap. Or the first phone. Yeah, mine too. I had the Matrix phone. Oh, that's funny. Dead cheap and nasty, but never used it. So, yeah, no, I didn't like those because the mouth part to those flip phones would always break. Always break. It was so bad. I had a clamshell for a Motorola. Okay, so question: does anybody remember the beepers? Back in the day, the beepers. Because you want to hear something funny. I got a hilarious story involving a beeper.
Yeah, I remember the beepers.
Remember when beepers were like a huge thing? Everybody had to have one because it was cool and all of that. Well, Scott Allen Fisher goes, beeper? Oh, God. It's so... oh, gosh. BT Silnet beeper. Everybody had to have one. Morse code. No, it's actually, we just come up with a number of who tried to get a hold of you. You can't pay that old cracks. Yes, I am. Go check out my Instagram. I've got pictures of myself on my Instagram. I'm very old. I was Beaver, then Cub, then Scout, then Scout, the Venture Scout. What? But my sister had her daughter, and they were in line at McDonald's. They're about to eat, and this lady's beepers had to go off. Well, my sister's husband at the time was in construction, so she recognized the beeper with the backing up trucks. This poor woman actually had to also be rather big on the big side, which made the scenario so much more hilarious. And she turns to her mom, we need to move out of the way. She's backing up.
Oh my gosh. Wow.
She goes, in the back, back then, a child saying something like that, nobody got mad about it. Everybody had a good laugh at it. But it was just like, because it could have been a big guy, it could have been a, big skinny. I think she would have just said the person's going to back up because, it was just the moment. It was just hilarious. His sister didn't even know what to say. I was laughing. She's like, stop it. You're going to get me killed. I was like, I know. I'm going to laugh even harder when it happens. Yeah, I ended up having to pay for lunch that day. You would think my mom gets me in trouble.
Did you ever do the, what was it? 2 okay, you did 58008 and you flipped the beeper around and said boobs.
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Yes. You could come up with the weird names and the weird, like, hell, boobs. What was the other one? Oh, God, there were so many you could say. Scott, by the way, I'm older than that. Scott ML Ventures, I'm older. I really like this long format cracks. The looser feel is really fun and engaging. Oh, that's the point of that's the point of Comfy Pants Wednesday. Is it's supposed to be relaxing, and we're supposed to be engaging with the audience, and we're supposed to be talking and listening to music occasionally. The music is just part of it. It's not the whole thing. Speaking of music, should we play another song? My cup is empty. I need a refill. I'm not even gonna lie or hide it. Do you also need a refill?
Sure.
Jeez, that was like some serious sure. Like okay.
I'm not a caffeine fiend like you are. Just kidding. Yes, I want to get some tea.
Exactly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've got our next song coming up, and it is "A Third Time's a Charm" by Gustav. And welcome back, everybody. I apologize for that. I wasn't able to catch it in time. Nearly broke my wrist trying to get my thing. Okay, so we got some conversations going on, and while I was gone getting a refill. Bailey says they've got 3 combos going on. Hope they don't get things mixed up. Spider Mom says 90% of the time I do drink green tea, but drinking black tea tonight. Green tea is amazing, apparently. I'm not a tea drinker, so I can't say yay or nay. With weight loss and green tea is amazing. Okay. It helps you lose weight along with exercise. That's great. Scott says they can't stand green tea. Spider Mom says they gotta get on the ball with that. You need exercise. Did you just literally say you need the exercise?
Yeah. A couple years ago, I lost 70 pounds, and I've gained it all back. So wow. Y'all can't tell the size I am because I'm always like on the videos. I'm like from shoulder up, but I I mean, I don't have a massive belly, but I need to lose that 70 pounds again for me to feel comfortable. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Scott says there's only one T, Yorkshire. Put lemon in it, Scott. Oh, no, I think balancing in a good exercise and a good diet is good. It's a great way of doing things. Trying to lose weight myself. As soon as I lose 30 kilos, I'm getting a tattoo. So, wish me luck with that. Don't know if anybody is into anime or cartoons, but there's a anime character with a very beautiful big tattoo I'm gonna get. I'll send it to you later, Spider-Man.
Okay. Good luck. I think you're beautiful just like you are, but I know we all have our insecurities. We need to do what's good for us.
Oh, I'm just a huge fan of the show and a huge fan of this character, so I just want that tattoo. It's got nothing about being pretty. It's a full sleeve with oh, actually no, I take that back. It's 3/4 sleeve with the rib cage and the shoulder blade in the front of the shoulder as well, and part of the chest. It's very large. It's going to cost me about 45,000 kroner, which is about $4,500.
Oh my goodness.
And it's going to take the guy 6 sessions with 3 hours each.
Wow.
No, because there's so much he has to cover, and it's black, mostly black ink. So that's another thing. That's the other That's one of the reasons why I have to do it in small increments. It's because it's black ink, so if the swelling of skin may distort the ink job. He's one of the best, and so yeah, it's going to cost me a lot of money, but a lot of time. But that's my thing. I really, like I said, I've been in love with this tattoo for a long time, so I figure as soon as I start losing the weight, then I can go get a tattoo as a relief. I'm going to burn off the tattoo that's on the back of my shoulder right now. Once I lose half of what I want. So when I lose 15 kilo, which is about 30 pounds, and then I'm going to get the tattoo on the back of my shoulder burned off. And then I'm going to work on my getting back to what I used to be. I used to be in really decent shape. I wasn't in great shape. I had a 6-pack, but only when I flexed. I had some decent muscle build to my arms, and I just let it go because of depression. It took me 5 years to let everything go, and now I'm completely not what I used to be at all. And it's not that I feel ashamed about it or anything like that, but it's more like I know myself, so I'm trying to think why did I even let myself slip that far? It's one of those things. I was like, eh. So as a reward, I'm gonna get a tattoo because I love tattoos. It's, you know how people like celebrate new clothing, go shopping. I'm gonna celebrate with tattoo.
There you go.
Let's see. My nan on my mom's side was a tea lady from Father T. Oh, okay. It's got Emma interest as wow. Spider-Mom, a papa got me hooked on it. Your papa got you hooked on green tea?
Just tea in general. Yeah.
Oh.
Green tea. Yeah, green tea and breakfast tea and all that stuff. He was a well-traveled man.
Nice. Okay. Scott of Adventures asked if I would ever do a full back. No. Because of the rib cage. The rib cage tattoo goes pretty much all the way down to the hip, and it's part of the actual tattoo. So that's what I'm going to be doing. Is that if I get a full back, it would just mess that part up. So no, I wouldn't do a full back. But what I do plan on doing is the rib cage is definitely going to make me cry because I know very well from other people's experiences that they've had issues with the rib cage. So I know full well it's gonna be a problem. You have a well insulated 6-pack. Nice. Okay, so we are here. Everybody, welcome to the Exotics Radio Podcast. I just want to say thank you again for everybody being here. You guys are incredible. Tony Webb says they haven't had tea since they were 7 years old. Yuck. I have to agree with Tony on this one. I'm not a tea fan. I've never been into teas. It has a nasty after flavor. It's gross. It just makes me gag. I can't do it. Like I said, I can't do tea, but I definitely do some coffee. Coffee is, like I said, coffee, cognac, and whiskey are like the 3 gifts from God. That's how you know there is God. Bailey says, thankful I didn't buy a motorbike or something daft like that too. Wait, okay, hold on. I missed something. Did a typical jilt boyfriend thing this lockdown and got into exercise after a breakup. Ooh. Well, good for you to getting back into a healthier lifestyle. But I'm sorry to hear that you had a breakup. That sucks. I'm sorry. Spider Mom says I do too. Scott, I think you were talking about the well-insulated 6-pack.
Yes, absolutely, I do.
Okay.
Mine is it's so insulated it is wet ready for the Alaskan winter. Yes.
Those are some words there. You're gonna back that up. Oh, it's good to be here. What favorite cognac brand? I like Macau. It's one of my favorites and probably one of the most expensive that I own. Tony Webb. But then again, I did drink Weed Killer as a child under the kitchen. Oh, ouch. And you survived that, which is pretty amazing. Scott, you need insulation in the winter. No. I tell you what. Not to get too vulgar, but one of the few things my mom said, no matter how big or how little you are as a woman, you should find something about you, yourself, your body, and be very proud of it and show it off. So it's not trying to be vulgar in any way, shape, or form, but if you like that part of you, accent it, make sure, show it off. And I think it goes with guys too. I think guys should be able to do that without being looked down on. You always see, let's go back to the old days. The old days, it was great for a guy to open a door for you, take his hat off before he talked to you, and do small things without being considered looking down on a woman because he does those things. You don't see that anymore because of fear. Guys don't jump in and help women anymore because they could get in trouble themselves. So I mean, it's like it's very bad nowadays. And so, I think about 2 years ago, because I love corsets. I collect corsets, I collect hats, and I collect tarantulas. I collect a lot of things, but corsets are one of the few that are kind of expensive. Because I don't like to buy the cheap shit. Excuse the language, I like buying the real corsets. And the corsets actually are really, they feel nice. I love them. A bit of chivalry, yeah. But the thing is, chivalry, most people get chivalry and being nice completely mixed up. Or they'll be like, I'm chivalrous, you have to do something for me. And that's the thing. I like, no. I'll argue to them. But yeah, chivalry is more like, you used to pull out the chair for the lady. You used to open the door for the lady. That wasn't just chivalry. That was more just how way of life it was. Chivalry was more like you didn't curse in front of a woman. You didn't, you didn't do some of the other small things. The nice guys, yes. Now they're taking it to a different level. But the thing is, it's like guys can't really be nice anymore, which is really sad. And so, like I said, I collect corsets. So a couple of years ago, I went to the store and I was dolled up because my friend and I were going to go club hopping. We were going to go drink and then go to bar to bar to bar to bar. She knows I don't like the clubs, but I don't know what you would call it. Bar hopping. I think bar hopping would probably be a better term. because it's clubs is where you have a lot of loud music, and you're just like, I don't like the environment. A bar, you walk in, you can either order food or sit down in a comfortable chair and actually have a conversation without screaming over music that's robbing you of your hearing. But anyways, and this woman said, I'm sexualizing myself for men. And she's like, I shouldn't do that. And I'm like, hold on a second. First of all, you're assuming things. And second of all, I'm not going to even have this conversation. So she waited for me to get out of the store so she can continue the conversation. And so one of the store clerks was outside having a cigarette, and she overheard me. She goes, I can't believe you told her that. But what I told her was like, first of all, if I want to sexualize myself for my wife and my girlfriend, who's considered my girlfriend at the time, my sambo, I'm allowed to. I was like, it's not up to you to tell me if I'm sexualizing myself for a man or not. And I was like, unless you've got something against gays. I'm not gay. Let's put it that way. But it really took her back. She completely assumed the situation. And I was like, if you feel the need to be threatened by a woman who feels comfortable wearing a corset, who feels comfortable putting on a fedora, who feels comfortable putting on makeup, that's your problem, not mine. Stop trying to be making it mine. And, of course, she stomped off and huffed off. And at the time, because I was married to a man at the time, and I was married to my husband at the time, and I explained the situation to him, and he just had a good laugh at it. But yeah, my friend also had a good laugh at it. But that was just amazing that, she wouldn't have felt bad if I'd said I'm married to a man, but she felt bad that I said I wasn't married to a woman, and she assumed the situation. It was just like, that shouldn't happen. I don't care who you are. You shouldn't walk up to somebody because you feel threatened that they're dressed nice. Do you actually feel threatened, or are you just annoyed that somebody actually knows how to wear one and put on makeup? Spider-Mom, you wouldn't feel you wouldn't feel. My question to you is: would you feel like your space is being invaded by somebody who dressed up for the evening and just happened to go to the store to pick up some drinks for mixing?
No.
You're comfortable in your own skin, right?
Yes. I mean, I've got some improvements to make, but yeah, I'm not,
Sort of a teen punk style. No, I wasn't going for teen punk, actually, steampunk. Actually, I like the female gangster look from the 40s. So that's kind of, when I go out and dress up, that's kind of what I like to dress up as. Or not as, but dress up for, or look like. I don't know how you would express that. I'm kind of lost for words on that one. But, that's one thing. I like to do that once in a while. I like to wear the makeup and stuff. And somebody shouldn't be harassed because somebody else decided they wanted to go to the store in a hoodie and not brush their hair or wash their hair for several days. So she looked bad. She looked like she needed help with her hygiene. She smelled like she needed help with her hygiene too. So that was the next thing. But again, you shouldn't feel threatened that somebody else is, enjoying their evening. Don't make your problem theirs. And I think that's been lost today. I think guys should be able to be nice. Not nice because they have a reason to be nice, but just be nice in general, and not be harassed for it. And here in Sweden, it's gotten really bad, which is kind of sad. Going to gigs, he felt really nervous around comfortable people. And for sure, Stefan remembers how shy and awkward I could be getting my head bang on back. Head banging during the metal days. Bailey, one thing we don't do here much anymore is expression on nights out. See, that's the thing. And Sweden, they don't go out anymore. If the guys go out, then they have to go out in a group and protect each other. It's like you can't just take your friend, your mate, or however you want to call it, and just go out for a beer and enjoy your evening. You just can't do that anymore, and that bugs the crap out of me. Because I remember being able to go to the bar by myself, sitting down, enjoying a hockey game with a beer, order some food, and then leave. And nothing said to me. I'm not talked to. I'm not harassed. I'm there to watch a game, eat and drink, and then leave. And I was, when I was looking around, I was like one of the very few females there, but I wasn't the only one. And we were just all focused on the game. And you can't do that anymore. The funny part is, it's not the guys coming up and harassing us for watching the game. It's some of the women. It's like, hold on. What is your problem? Leave me alone. I'm here for the game. Bailey says one thing. Bailey saying that I'm just going out for a general UK bar culture. I noticed Prague subculture styles were quite prevalent. Scott, Animal of Interest. I feel like part of the reason I don't go out is my relationship with alcohol, because of the pressure of getting hammered in your face, and partly feeling like I had to be dressed well, and you were anxious. But that's the thing. That's up to you. That's the group you've picked with, or if you're going out by yourself. For me, I was never under pressure. I could go out. The reason I went out the way I did is because I liked how I looked. I liked how I felt. And I think that should be across the board without being harassed. You should be able to go out how you feel comfortable. And if you want to drink, drink. If you don't, it's fine. But if you're going to a bar, most likely you're going to a bar to drink, either with your friends, or maybe watch the game, or watch the game with your friends, or, some people call it hunting. You want to date, you want to find somebody, you want to find that next love. However you go to the bar, you're definitely going to the bar to drink. Especially if you're by yourself. So, and like I said, I enjoyed going to the bar. I miss going to a good bar, but I can't go to any of the bars anymore because I just can't stand the not to sound like a prude, but I can't stand the younger generations. Is that the same for you, Spider-Mom?
Well, I've never been big on the bar scene myself anyway. I'm more of a introvert, but as long as they act like they got sense, I got no problem with them.
Yeah, so you wouldn't mind going out and being left alone just so you can enjoy your evening?
No.
Yeah, see, there you go. I don't even know why I went on this tangent. Why did I go on this tangent? Oh, this is what happens. Like I said, this is what happens when my time runs out. Runs much longer than I normally do, and I run out of things to talk about. But my lucky for me, I won't drink as I'm on a natural high. Tony, what do you consider natural? Was it naturally grown in a pot, or just naturally grown, and you just happen to find it?
If the earth provides it, 'tis natural.
Exactly, that's what I was thinking. Are you putting that in your food? Or are you smoking it? I'm sorry. Oh, I can run with that one. Micro pubs are cool. We don't have micro pubs here in Sweden. They're not allowed. They're hard. They're too hard to manage. So we're not allowed to have those. Feel too old going out now. Scott, don't even talk about old. You're a young kid compared to me. I still want to go out.
Yeah, but you gotta remember, people mature at different ages. You know what I mean? So, anywhere from 16 to 30, you never know. So, he could just be in that stage where he does feel older than the people that are going to him. I mean, I get it.
I'm giving him a hard time. Of course, I know. I know all that, but I'm giving him a hard time.
Hey,
he's trying to consider himself old.
You need to stop giving people hard time tonight. You for me. I mean, I got you, Scott. She was bullying me earlier, so I got you.
You were bullying me yesterday. Let's not even talk about that. You were the one in tears as I'm trying to move my tarantula over and that buckled down instead of going up the catch cup. You're like, I'm trying to explain play by play and explain how frustrating it is, and then my legs were falling asleep and everything's going on, and you're like, "Yep, you were just having a good time with that. Don't even start with it."
They know I'm picking. They know I'm picking. It's all good. It's all in good fun.
Sure. It's all good fun until the drink gets thrown. Okay. Scott says he doesn't drink. He hates the feeling of and the alcohol breath smell. Yep, not drink for 15 years. Wow, that's impressive. That's not me. No, I get rid of the breath smell by brushing my teeth. That usually works after you go out drinking. You come home, you drink 2 liters of water, brush your teeth. That smell goes away. But I get what you're saying. The smell on the clothes. It's one thing I don't like about the bars. I'm glad that the smoking got moved outside, but the smoking outside is in front of the doors, so it's like going in and out of a bar. You're still smelling like a dang ashtray, which really sucks. I don't like that. And so I drink, like I said, I drink the 2 liters of water, and then when I wake up, I don't have a hangover or anything like that. But so it's not the feeling that I get a problem with, and it's and you get that. Oh, but what I don't like is the cotton mouth in the morning. That you feel like you've eaten a ball of cotton. That gets me annoyed because no matter how much you drink, you just can't get rid of it.
Yeah, I haven't had a drink in like 5 years because of the medication I'm on. I can't drink, but my thing was like waking up not mood, like but it just felt so like clammy and hot the next day. Just felt like you had to sweat the alcohol out.
Yeah, see, I never had that problem. I've never really had that issue. But like I said, I think it's because I drink about 2 liters of water before I, and then eat food on top of that. But then I also brush my teeth because I can't stand the smell. I'm with Scott on that one. The smell is just horrific.
Yeah.
Bailey says, understandable. Much prefer my Sunday walks than Sunday hangovers. Drink water before I go to bed. There's no hangover. Drink lots of water. Water's, it's funny. Water is the perfect hangover cure. If you drink it before you go to sleep, you're fine. If you drink so much that you're silly and you can't drink the water, then you've had way too much to drink. Skydiving Adventures, if I drank 2 liters of water, I'd pee my bed. Well, that's you. For some reason, I'll wake up and you gotta go, but I've never had that happen. Knock on wood. I might in my much older years. It'll probably happen. But yeah, I think it's a good time for a good break for a good song. You guys up for another song? Spider-Man? You up for a song?
Yeah, let's go. Let's do it.
All right. So we've got a bunch of smooth jazz, a couple of beat smooth jazz. We'll go Zoned Out with Daniel of Friedel. And we're back. Thank you everybody for coming in. And I am Correct, your host. Sorry I missed you, Tony. I hope you have a great evening. And if you guys hear a fan in the background, I apologize again, but I'm not going to compromise the show for my tarantula's health. Just how it is. End of story. With me this evening, I have Spider Mom 1978. She's keeping me company. You guys are more than welcome to come join us as well. If you just want, just ask for a link. I'd be more than happy to keep up with the link. So we're talking about anything and everything on the sun. We've talked about going to bars, going to alcohol bars, nasty people who approach you. We are also talking about exotic pet keeping. We do that sometimes. We've gone on far left. We've gotten way into the far left field. We are going to be on for just a short bit more, and then I'm going to end it for the night. We're running up 4 hours. But I just want to ask you a quick question, you guys. I know each and every one of you run your songs through a different, basically a different streaming, item, such as phone, computer. If it sounds whiny or high pitched, or if it sounds grainy, or the quality's poor, you have to tell me. If you do not hear the beat, the heavy beats, you have to tell me so I can adjust the buttons. Because, I want to make sure that the sound quality is excellent. I want to make sure that the music sounds excellent. Because, the last time we did this, the sound quality was completely off. So it was horrible. You were asked if you like sugar gliders. Do you like sugar gliders, Spider-Mom?
Yes, I think they're absolutely adorable. I actually had one years and years and years ago. Oh gosh, it had to be back in 2000 probably. And I remember this like barking sound that it made during the night. I didn't know a lot about them, and I know there's a lot more known about them now. But yeah, I think they're amazing. I wouldn't mind having another one if I didn't have the dogs and the rest of the video I have here. But yeah, I think they're awesome.
Nice. But aren't they really hard to keep? There's a lot you have to take into account. They're not really a common exotic animal to keep. What was the other one that are make really bad pets, but people want them anyways? The one that excretes the poison underneath their armpits and around the wrists. With the big eyes. Does anybody know which one I'm talking about? Because there's a pet that one of the videos shows of them trying to tickle this animal, and it's not cute. It's actually an animal that was in quite a bit of fear. Though, not a chinchilla. This one. Oh gosh, now I have to think about it.
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about. It's not.
Let's see. Yes, that one. But which one is it?
Yeah, are you talking about the bush baby?
I don't think that's bush baby.
Because I know the bush babies have big eyes like that, but they're kind of cute. You said this is kind of cute.
Yeah, but they develop poison in the armpits.
Boyfriends or husbands.
Slow lories. That's what I'm thinking of. Slow lory. I don't know if their common term is bush baby. But yeah, they're quite dangerous to keep, and for some, they're just. It's most people think it's cute that it raises its arms, and when it's so-called being tickled, but it's a fear mechanism. So, They not only do they have a venomous bite, but what they do is they excrete poison. It's around the armpit and wrist area, and then they lick it so the teeth has it.
Now, what are they called again?
Slowlori. I'll type it in. Yeah, see, Bailey knows what I'm talking about.
Oh, Slowloris.
Yeah. No, I can't. Those are not definitely not animals. How do I put this? If you have a deadly animal, it is not wise to keep as a pet. Especially when you get an animal that is so it is so delicate. It really needs a lot of care, and not to mention they're on they in critically endangered species list now? That's another question. Does not say on Wikia. They are on the site's appendix, though, so they are on the site's list for very obvious reasons. But yeah, they develop it around the glands around the armpits and the wrist area. And so when they clean themselves, they actually they lace their teeth with venom. I think it's called poison because it's ingested. I guess a bite if it's injected, so it could be a venom. Let's see. Yeah, it's been observed to rub the venom on its fur, and that's how it gets into it. Because there's a tooth comb that keeps the toxin. So, Spider Mom's phone has died. Maybe she can come back. It might be a time to say, "Hey, we need to quit." Did you know that there is a deadly frog called a casket-headed frog? No, I did not know that. That's interesting. And Bailey's like, yep, for critically list, I'm sure. Yeah, no, it's on the site's list, and I'm pretty sure they're critically endangered or very, very close to that because of the loss of habitat and then poaching because they are food and the eating or the poaching for the illegal pet trade. No, we'll Google that. Okay. So Bailey's gonna Google the casket head frog. Sorry, but can't get on until it charges some. Well, you know what? We can wrap things up a little bit, play one or two more songs. That way, and then we get going. Because I mean, we're pushing for almost 4.5 hours of being on. And again, thank you guys so much for being on here. I appreciate it so much. Plus, it's almost 2 a.m. here. So that means it's almost 1 a.m. in the UK. So why are you guys in the UK still up? I give you guys all a hard time. It injects very dangerous venom with the bony spines on its skull. Well, I didn't know that. Didn't know there was a venomous primate. Yep. But I also think it's considered poison because it rubs it on the fur. And then if you ingest it after playing with these animals, they will week off and all from the vaccine. Ill from the vaccine. Slept all day. Oh, that sucks, Bailey. I'm so sorry. All right. Scott says he's usually up until about 6 a.m. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to call it quits. We're going to play one more song, and then we're going to end the podcast. We've been on for way longer than we normally are. And I mean way, way longer. Now we've got some traditional smooth jazz. But I think this one's going to work. It's Shoes Off by Gustav. It's a smooth jazz here on Epidemic Sounds. And we're back for a brief moment. Just to introduce one more last song, and then we're get going. There we are. Merry Go Round by Just Normal? No, Pomelo by Yobi. So thank you guys so much for joining us. And as you guys make your slow exits, I'll play one more last song. And also go check out Scott Invert's new babies. He's got some new babies. Give him a shout out. I wish I could do my voice, my sound effects. I would totally give you a great clap. And then, so yeah, also to answer some questions, later on, I will be opening a merch store, and also I will be opening a Patreon, because if you guys like what you hear, what you guys see, but the Patreon is going to wait for a long time. I want to at least get at least 1,000 followers before I do anything like that. But the merch store will be on up and running here fairly soon. So our last song is Pomelo by Yobi. Smooth jazz.